Chapter 3203. It's really big down here. Ling Xiao swam down as he observed his surroundings. The blood of the demonic beasts seemed to have formed a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gopher King, are you sure this blood pool is used to nurture the bloodthirsty demon sword? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Although there was no evidence, Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Perhaps things were more complicated than he had imagined. The bloodthirsty demon sword was most likely prepared for the blood pool to absorb the inner energy and blood of the martial artists who were imprisoned here. Actually, I'm not too sure either, but there's an extremely terrifying existence down here. The Gopher King replied. It's also the strongest monster imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that before he was imprisoned, his cultivation had already reached the terrifying 5th level of the life-seizing realm. He's an existence that surpasses the Sword God. How did such a strong person get imprisoned here? Ling Xiao was puzzled. I've heard them talk about it before. It seems like they took advantage of that guy's drunken state and threw him in. The Sword God seems to want to use his body to refine a blood devil. The Gopher King continued. Blood devil. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly devils, earth devils, and blood devils were all strange existences that came from outside the mystic world. But this person actually wanted to refine a blood devil? Was that possible? He didn't know, but at this moment, he could already feel a terrifying aura coming from below. Do we really have to go down? Falling Moon asked. Humph. Since we know that the Sword God wants to refine a blood devil here, all the more we have to go down. We definitely can't let him succeed, or we'll be finished. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Anything that was beneficial to the Sword Dynasty was detrimental to him. He naturally couldn't let it exist. Therefore, not only did he not stop, but he also increased his speed. Finally, they reached the bottom of the blood pool and saw a huge cocoon-like thing. The cocoon was blood-red, but it was covered with bloodthirsty demon fish. There are about 400 to 500 of them. Not too many. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to check the number of blood fiend fish before asking Gopher King, will the rest of the blood fiend fish be alarmed during the battle? That won't happen. When the demonic blood fish is resting, it needs to replenish its demonic blood energy. It won't wake up even if it's killed. That's why they can fight. Gopher King replied, All right, let's go and see what the hell is inside the blood cocoon. Ling Xiao sped up and rushed towards the blood cocoon. Falling Moon and 18th Blade followed closely behind. Just as they approached the blood cocoon, the demonic blood fish that were lying on top of the blood cocoon suddenly swam up. However, they didn't rush over. They just surrounded the blood cocoon as if they were protecting it. F***CK, Gopher King. Didn't you say that those fellows wouldn't wake up? Ling Xiao cursed. Those demonic bloodfish are different from other demonic bloodfish. Their energy comes from the blood cocoon, so they won't rest. Gopher King said, Forget it. Anyway, there are only 400 to 500 of them. Compared to the tens of thousands of demonic bloodfish, the situation is much better. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The reason why the demonic bloodfish were terrifying was because of their large numbers. Even if you killed a group of them, you would be bitten to death in an instant. However, if there were only 400 to 500 of them, Ling Xiao was sure that the 3 of them could easily kill them all. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reverted to his original appearance. He didn't know what was inside the blood cocoon. Reverting to his original appearance would make it easier for him to defend and fight. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. In this liquid, the Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was naturally more suitable. After transforming, he pounced on those demonic blood fish. In an instant, hundreds of demonic blood fish pounced on him at the same time. These fellas didn't have any special attack moves. They were simply biting. It was just that they were extremely fast and impossible to defend against. However, how could their speed be compared to Ling Xiao? Moreover, it was Ling Xiao who had transformed into the Canopy Beast. Evade sword light steps. In an instant, Ling Xiao passed through those hundreds of demonic bloodfish. Not a single one of the demonic bloodfish touched his clothes. However, he had already launched an attack. The Sky Demon sword in his hand continuously stabbed out hundreds of times. In an instant, A layer of demonic blood fish corpses floated up from the bloody water. When did you get your hands on the Dugu family's evade swordlight steps? Yin Yu was dumbstruck with shock. Back then, she had indeed mentioned the imperial family's evade swordlight steps to Ling Xiao. However, it was merely a passing remark. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for such a short time, Ling Xiao actually learned it. Moreover, he could use it with ease. Hee, not only did I learn the evade swordlight steps, but I also have this. Seeing another school of demonic blood fish pouncing over, Ling Xiao's sky demon sword trembled and stabbed out. Monarch Overlord Sword, first move, sword-cleaving black tortoise state. The explosive sword chi continuously exploded in the bloody water. Another 100 demonic bloodfish were killed until their bellies were open. Monarch Overlord Sword. Evade swordlight steps. You're angering the Dugu family's people to death. Yin Yu was both surprised and excited. The shock that Ling Xiao brought to her was seriously too great. On the side, Sword 18 also smiled bitterly. The Sword Dynasty's strongest offensive martial technique and movement technique are only mid-general level. Not only did this little guy learn the Evade Swordlight Steps and Monarch Overlord Sword, but he also learned the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix Swords, 9 Heavens, and Sword of Curse, coupled with the Golden Phoenix Incarnation and Black Tortoise Divine Physique. This talent, if Dugu Overlord Sword knew, he would go mad with jealousy. In front of this little guy, Dugu Overlord Sword is nothing. Fine, the two of us don't have to make a move. Yin Yu glanced at Sword 18 and could not help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. Because when they were about to make a move, Ling Xiao had already killed those demonic bloodfish until only a dozen or so were left. The last sword strike annihilated them all. They wanted to make a move, but there was already no chance. After killing all the demonic bloodfish guarding the blood cocoon, Ling Xiao swam to the side of the blood cocoon, but had Sword 18 and Yin Yu stay away. He did not know what strange thing was inside this blood cocoon. If something unexpected happened, he could use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to escape. But Sword 18 and Yin Yu might not be able to escape. So he had to be cautious. On the blood cocoon, there were incantations. Clearly, someone used a formation to create it. This blood cocoon should be a kind of seal. There must be something inside. Ling Xiao made a judgment and immediately began to crack the formation. This was child's play to him. The formation on the blood cocoon was not complicated. In less than a minute, he had already understood and cracked it. As the incantations gradually lost their luster, the blood cocoon actually slowly opened. There was a person inside. A person whose entire body was blood red and whose skin had almost completely transformed into a demon. But this person seemed to be still unconscious and unable to move because he had been sealed for a long time. It's actually him. All of a sudden, Sword 18 became excited. Master, you know this person? Chapter 3204. Of course I know him. How can I not know him? He is the former Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court. He is the husband of Demon Beauty Lawn. He is also my brother. Sword 18 sighed with emotion. I always thought that he was dead. I didn't expect him to be trapped here. If he was still here, Demon Dragon Sword Court wouldn't have declined to this point. How could Demon Beauty Lawn steal the position of Demon Venerable? I remember that before Demon Beauty Lawn, the Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court should be Jian Fulong, right? Ling Xiao has been in Sword Dynasty for a long time and made many friends. He also learned a lot about Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that when Jian Fulong was still alive, Demon Dragon Sword Court was on par with Sword God Hall. Even Sword God Dugu Beijian was not Jian Fulong's opponent. If not for fear of the monster behind Dugu Beijian, Jian Fulong would have led Demon Dragon Sword Court to destroy Sword God Hall and Sword Dynasty would be his. Unfortunately, Big Brother trusted Dugu Beijian too much. Dugu Beijian said that he would rule Sword Dynasty with him and divide the world equally. He invited him to Sword God City to participate in a banquet, but he never came back. He was actually killed. Sword 18 smiled bitterly. He is not dead yet. Ling Xiao checked Jian Fulong's body and found that although Jian Fulong is very weak, he is not dead and has not completely transformed into a blood devil. It's just that his body has turned crimson and looks different from ordinary people. He is much stronger. Not dead? Can he be saved? Sword 18 asked. He can be saved, but Master, I can't guarantee that he won't attack us. Ling Xiao hesitated. Don't worry, as long as he hasn't completely turned into a blood devil, he won't attack me. If I don't die, you will definitely not die, Sword 18 said. I know my big brother's character very well. He is a very straightforward person. It is because he is too straightforward that he was tricked by Demon Beauty Lan and deceived by that bastard Dugu Beijian. Master, I seem to have killed many of Demon Beauty Lan's children. Your big brother won't take revenge on me, right? Those are not my big brother's children. Not long after my big brother went missing, Devil Orchid found a new lover. Furthermore, she likes both men and women. That's why she has so many children. Perhaps even Lan Mimi herself did not know who the father of those children was. However, I am certain that there is absolutely no descendant of my elder brother, because my big brother disappeared before he could consummate his marriage with Beauty Lan. Sword 18 explained. All right, I'll try. Although Sword 18 spoke with certainty, Ling Xiao was still careful. He fed Jian Fulong a recovery pill, but only enough to make Jian Fulong move. This way, even if Jian Fulong woke up, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them, let alone injure them. His healing pill was extremely effective. However, Jian Fulong had truly been trapped here for too long. He had been fed a total of 10 recovery pills. Only then did Jian Fulong gradually wake up and open his eyes. His eyes were normal. His black pupils indicated that only his physical body had been demonized, but his soul still belonged to him. This guy was really powerful. Under such circumstances, he could still maintain his original heart. How strong was his willpower? If it were Ling Xiao, he really didn't know if he could persevere. Just based on this point alone, Ling Xiao really had to give Jian Fulong a thumbs up. Ah! Suddenly, Jian Fulong roared. He waved his palm and slapped toward Ling Xiao, who was nearby. Big brother. Sword 18's voice caused the berserk sword subduing dragon to calm down. The faint red color on his eyes quickly disappeared. He turned to look at Sword 18. Tears actually gushed out from his eyes. Although it was hard to see clearly in the blood, Ling Xiao knew that Jian Fulong had too many grievances in his heart. He had been trapped here for more than 10 years. Day after day, he had to resist the blood demon curse. Every day was spent in despair. Today, he suddenly saw the light of day again. Moreover, he saw his younger brother, Sword 18. How could he not be excited? 18. You're little 18. Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 for a long time and finally shouted, Yes, I'm 18, but I've already grown up. Big brother, it's been 200 years. How did you survive all these years? Sword 18 was incomparably emotional. It's been 200 years. A touch of loneliness appeared on Jian Fulong's face, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by joy. It's okay. 200 years of pain is nothing. I've been waiting for the day I see the light of day again. I just didn't expect that the one who came to save me would be you, little 18. Where's beautiful Devil Lan? Jian Fulong asked. Don't mention that woman. Since you went missing, that woman has stolen the position of the Demon Lord and made the Demon Dragon Sword Court into a mess. Moreover, she even surrendered to the Sword God Palace and became their lackey. She gave birth to a litter of children, but none of them are your children. Sword 18 was angry when he mentioned beautiful Devil Lan. I should have known. Beautiful Devil Lan was introduced to me by Dugu Beijian. Hee, to think that I've been smart all my life, but now I'm stupid. I actually fell into Dugu Beijian's trap. How did you get in here, 18? Although Jian Fulong's aura wasn't fully recovered, he could speak normally. AI, it's really embarrassing, big brother. Dugu Beijian captured me and locked me up here. That son of a bitch actually wants to marry your niece, Jian Luoying, off to that bastard of a brother of his, King Carefree. Sword 18 said with a sigh. So that's how it is, Jian Fulong said. So you're saying we can't get out? And here I was hoping to get revenge. But what's the level of Dugu Beijian's cultivation base now? People say he's in the 4th division of life seizing, but it's hard to say for sure. After all, he's very crafty, and I doubt he'll reveal his true strength. You're right. That bastard is very crafty. Not only did he want to turn me into a blood devil, but he also gathered all of the Sword Dynasty's puppeteers in Sword God City. I have no idea what he's up to, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Gritting his teeth, Jian Fulong said, "Whatever. Let's not talk about that. Who are these two?" Falling Moon. AI. She's also a pitiful person who was conned by Dugu Beijian. That's Ling Xiao, my apprentice. It's all thanks to him that we were able to get out of here alive. He broke into Sword God City all by himself, then went into the bloodthirsty sword mound and killed Sage Goldrat, Sage Inferno, Sage Blackwater, Great Sage Brightsword, and even Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. When it came to Ling Xiao, Sword 18 couldn't be any more proud. To have an apprentice like this was something that he couldn't be more satisfied with. "Your apprentice?" Jian Fulong said. Looking closely at Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but praise him. "You have sharp eyes, boy." Chapter 3205. Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. TSK, those sword saints, some of them have lived for thousands of years. Some of them have lived for hundreds of years. To think that they were killed by a child. Haha, good. Ling Xiao offers greetings, sect uncle. Ling Xiao clasped hands and bowed to Jian Fulong, then pulled out a handful of healing pills. "Sect uncle, take these. They'll help you recover, although they won't necessarily bring you back to your peak level. But they'll definitely help you recover about 70 or 80%. Now that he was certain that Jian Fulong wouldn't hurt them, he felt safe enough to let him recover. The stronger Jian Fulong got, the more confident he would be in fighting back against the Sword Dynasty. "Those were the healing pills I just ate, right? They're very rare, and you're telling me to eat them like they're beans? Isn't that a waste?" Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. "Big bro, this apprentice of mine is an apothecary," Sword 17 said. "His pill concocting skills are top-notch. Just eat them. The stronger you recover, the better for us." Sword 18 smiled. "All right, I won't hold back." Without another word, Jian Fulong popped the healing pills into his mouth and began to circulate his energy. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, "It's too bad I'm only at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. That said, because I have the body of a blood devil, I wouldn't be afraid of even a 5th division life sizer." "You won't be able to get back to your original cultivation base, big bro?" Sword 18th asked, frowning. "That'll take some time," Jian Fulong replied. "But it'll definitely be faster than starting from scratch. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's leave this place quickly. It will be an hour in a few minutes. It would be bad if those demonic blood fish woke up." Ling Xiao said. "Yeah, let's get moving." Sword 18th agreed. Although Jian Fulong was a bit confused, he had been trapped in the blood cocoon for years and knew exactly how terrifying the blood devil fish were. Therefore, he didn't ask any questions. They continued down into the depths of the pool. After diving for another 10 meters or so, he actually came out of the blood water directly. He arrived at a very narrow tunnel underground. This tunnel was created by our Gopher clan. Back then, in order to escape from here, we put in a lot of effort. The Gopher King said excitedly. "Where does this thing lead to?" Ling Xiao asked. "It should lead to the outside of the city. I'm not sure about the specifics. I was still young and weak back then, so I didn't participate in the entire process." Gopher King replied, "No matter where it leads to, as long as we can get out, I can guarantee your safety," Jian Fulong said domineeringly. After all, the peak of the 4th division of life seizing was on the same level as the Dugu Batian. In the entire Sword Master City, there was absolutely no one else who could be his match. Of course, he had the ability to protect Ling Xiao and the others. "Martial uncle, do you have a way to destroy the blood pool?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Of course, why?" Jian Fulong asked, perplexed. In this bloodthirsty sword tomb, there are many people who don't like the Sword Dynasty. What do you think those people will do if we destroy the blood pool and open up the passage?" Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly. "They'll cause havoc in Sword Master City, of course." Jian Fulong laughed heartily. "You're smart, kid. This way, Swordmaster City will be in chaos, and we can take advantage of the chaos. That's right. Your niece, Jin Luoying, is still in the hands of the carefree king. Let's take advantage of the chaos to save her. Ling Xiao said. All right, I'll listen to you. Jin Fulong smiled and said, let me borrow your sword. Ling Xiao took out the demon dragon sword and handed it to Jin Fulong. Oh, the demon dragon sword? This is the sword I used before, but its quality seems to have improved. Jin Fulong touched the demon dragon sword, clearly a little sad. This demon dragon sword was obtained by this junior in a remote country. Ling Xiao said, I passed this sword to my disciple back then, hoping that he would be able to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that he would die? Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. Jin Fulong began to circulate his qi, and then stabbed the sword at the blood pool not far away. Demon Sovereign Sword Art, lawless. Following Jin Fulong's roar, a terrifying sword light was released from the tip of the sword. At that moment, the sword light illuminated the surroundings. The entire bloodthirsty sword mound trembled because of it. When the sword light came into contact with the blood pool, it instantly destroyed it. The demonic blood fishes that had just woken up and were about to move were all killed. When the sword light penetrated the ground and shot out from the building, many experts in the bloodthirsty sword mound saw it. It must be the exit. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is opening a path for us. Guys, let's go. We're free. Following the call of friends, all the prisoners in the bloodthirsty sword mound were released. These were all martial artists who were imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Most of them didn't commit any crimes and were only captured because they were dissatisfied with the Sword Dynasty's rule. At this moment, they had a chance to regain their freedom. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, they had to seize it. Thank you, Martial Uncle. On the other side, Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Jin Fulong. Of course, he had to thank Jin Fulong. Because he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty, the Heavenly Sword Hall was definitely a problem. The more people rebelled against the Heavenly Sword Hall, the higher the possibility of him overthrowing the Sword Dynasty. We're all on the same side. There's no need to thank me. Let's hurry up. Jin Fulong smiled and looked at the demonic dragon sword in his hand. Good boy, can I use this sword first? Of course. Ling Xiao knew that Jin Fulong didn't have a weapon now, and his combat strength was naturally reduced. But with the demonic dragon sword, it was different. Even if he encountered Dugu Beijian, he would still have the strength to fight. All right, after we get out, I'll definitely give you something good. Jin Fulong's character was forthright and straightforward. Therefore, he liked the generous Ling Xiao. Everyone continued to move forward and chatted along the way. Jin Fulong gradually understood the current situation of the Sword Dynasty. I'm afraid that Dugu Beijian is going to use the same trick again. He used his brother's wedding to gather all the royals of the vassal states to Sword God City. I'm afraid he's going to catch all of them in one fell swoop. After all, vassal states are just vassal states. They can betray him at any time. That's why he wants to rule them all. Jin Fulong snorted coldly. By the way, 18. Did Lan Mimi use the demonic dragon puppet I left behind? Jin Fulong suddenly asked a question. What demonic dragon puppet? Jin Fulong asked, stunned. If you don't know, that means Lan Mimi hasn't discovered the demonic dragon puppet yet. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be afraid of Dugu Beijian. Dugu Beijian might be strong, but he's still only a 4th level life-sizer. Of course, the world didn't know that the Imperial House only had the Monarchy Gem and Sword. Chapter 3206. Jin Fulong continued. Only Dugu Batian knows this high-level general class martial technique, and it's only passed down to the emperors. But I do know that the martial skill is called Golden Dragon Seal. The Golden Dragon Seal, Yang Qi said. I never would have guessed that the rumors really couldn't be taken seriously. Everyone says that the Sword Dynasty doesn't have any mid-general class or higher martial techniques. At most, they only have high-level general class defensive techniques. Now it seems that Dugu Batian is hiding some secrets. Ling Xiao sighed. If Dugu Batian didn't have the Golden Dragon Seal, he might have been able to put up a fight. But now that Dugu Batian had the Golden Dragon Seal, It would be very difficult for him to defeat him with his current cultivation base. Dugubatian isn't satisfied with the golden dragon seal, Jin Fulong said. He knows that the Devil Dragon Sword Court has Devil Dragon puppets. In order to deal with the Devil Dragon puppets, he gathered all of the puppeteers in the Sword Dynasty. Although I don't know what he's up to, I'm sure he's researching puppets. Yang Qi nodded. Are Devil Dragon puppets very strong? Ling Xiao asked, looking at Jin Fulong. Of course. Our Devil Dragon puppets can unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 5th Division life-sizer. Of course, that requires a lot of spirit stones, and requires a drop of blood from a 5th Division life-sizer to activate them. However, under normal circumstances, they should be able to unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 4th Division life-sizer. What I'm worried about the most right now is that Lan Mei has stolen the Devil Dragon puppets. If that happens, we won't even be able to take back the Devil Dragon Sword Court, let alone defeat Dugubatian. Can just anyone control the Devil Dragon puppets? Ling Xiao asked, frowning. No, Jin Fulong said. But I trusted that woman too much and gave her the method to control them. Given her intelligence, there's no way she wouldn't use it. There must be another reason why she didn't use it. Jin Fulong sighed and said, that demonic dragon puppet was made from the corpse of a real demonic dragon. Although it was only a baby dragon, it still had the terrifying defensive power and fighting prowess of the dragon folk. Ling Xiao had seen things like puppets back in the heavenly dragon continent. That thing was indeed powerful. Even a powerful puppet could turn the tide of a battle. Rumor had it that the puppets on the Shunji continent were the most powerful. Even if an ordinary person was controlling a puppet, they could reach a terrifying level. This demonic dragon puppet could be considered the essence of Sword Dynasty's technology. Wait, just as everyone was talking and walking, Jin Fulong suddenly shouted. In front of him, there was a blinding and scorching light. Ground Rat King? What is that? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know the details, but I heard from my clansmen that because the underground of the bloodthirsty sword mound is too dark and cold, someone tried to create an artificial sun here many years ago. Gopher King replied. Artificial scarlet sun. Oh my god, your passageway just so happens to be facing this artificial scarlet Sunday. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. AI. Now I finally understand why so many of our clansmen died here. When their corpses were brought back, they were all charred black, as if they had been burned by something. Now it seems that this artificial scarlet sun was the culprit. Even 3rd stage life seizers couldn't resist that terrifying heat. Gopher King sighed, as if he had suddenly understood something. However, all of this was of no use to them in leaving the city. Ground Rat King, can we make a hole from the side? Ling Xiao asked. No. Our clansmen have already studied it. The other places have tough metal walls that can't be broken through. Even 4th stage life seizers can't break through. That's why they made so many holes, and in the end, they chose this one. Because this was the only way to get out of here. But the prerequisite is that we have to get rid of this artificial scarlet Sunday. Gopher King shook his head. I'll go check it out first. Jin Fulong suddenly rushed over, using his true energy to protect himself as he tried to break through the artificial scarlet Sunday. However, halfway through, he turned back. Burn marks could be seen on his body. No, Jin Fulong said. This artificial scarlet sun is too hot. It must have been made with the discarnate soul of a true golden crow. Who would have thought that we'd end up like this when we got to the exit? This artificial scarlet sun can't be destroyed, and there's no way to get through. We have to go back and think of another way to leave. There was nothing he could do about it. They had waited bitterly for 200 years, and now they finally had a chance to leave. But now, they realized that their chances were slim. Don't worry, big bro. Maybe Ling Xiao will have a way. Sword 18th looked over at his apprentice. Smiling, he said, What do you think, Ling Xiao? By now, he was almost blindly worshipping this apprentice of his. It was almost as if he couldn't do anything to his apprentice. I'll go take a look. Ling Xiao didn't reply, but instead walked over to the artificial scarlet Sunday. Be careful, Jin Fulong warned. Don't worry, sect uncle. Ling Xiao smiled as he stepped into the artificial scarlet Sunday. At the same time, he entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation mode. He immediately unleashed the god fire in his body. Unleashing the god fire consumed a lot of true energy, but for safety, Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. The god fire completely blocked the temperature of the artificial scarlet sundae. Ling Xiao walked inside as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Little Gold, your luck is here. I didn't expect to see the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs Golden Crow here. Looks like it won't be long before you have a complete Golden Crow body. That's a real Golden Crow. When Ling Xiao came over, he left the Gopher King outside. There were some secrets that he didn't want the Gopher King to know. Boss, I'll devour this artificial scarlet sundae, Little Gold said excitedly. Although he was already in the 3rd stage of the first cycle life-seizing realm, he was still very strong. But as the enemy grew stronger, he felt that it wasn't enough. In order to help Ling Xiao, he needed to continue evolving. While the two of them were talking in the artificial scarlet sun, Jin Fulong was dumbfounded. 18. Your disciple is really something. Even I can't withstand the high temperature, but he can do it so easily? Hee, don't be jealous, big brother. The proudest thing in my life is taking in such a disciple. Jin 18 laughed. How is it, Ling Xiao? Is there a way to solve it? Yen Yu asked. If there's no way, why don't you go out first? You can't be trapped here. Don't worry, Sister Yen Yu. To me, this is just a piece of cake. Ling Xiao smiled. This artificial scarlet sun was not only useful to Little Gold, but also to him. Whether it was the undying bird bee soul or the 3-headed lava hound bee soul, they could all be improved with the help of this artificial scarlet sundae, a piece of cake. Chapter 3207. Under the watchful eyes of Jin Fulong and the others, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Then, in addition to his undying bird-beast soul transformation, the image of a 3-headed lava hound appeared behind him. Shockingly, Yang Qi was cultivating under the terrifying heat of the artificial red sun. Little Gold, Jin Fulong said, I can't help you with the artificial red sun. You'll have to deal with it yourself. But don't make a big deal of it. Just keep it in your ring of holding. Although I trust you Yang and Yang Qi, we've only just met, and I don't trust you completely. You're my trump card. By the way, there are a lot of martial artists trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre coming. It wouldn't be good if they saw you. Ling Xiao warned. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Smiling, Little Gold used Ling Xiao's spirit beast ring to absorb the heat of the artificial red sun. As Ling Xiao started his cultivation, Jin Fulong and the others discovered to their astonishment that a tremendous amount of light seemed to be engulfed by a black hole, gushing toward Ling Xiao's beast ring. That's a spirit beast ring? Don't tell me that Brat has some sort of terrifying demonling that can absorb the heat and light of the artificial red sun? Jin Fulong was an expert, and although his cultivation base wasn't at its peak, his eyesight wasn't bad. My apprentice really does have a demonling, Sword 17 replied, but I don't know exactly what it is. I only heard that it's a palm-sized golden bird. That's right. What level is it? Jin Fulong asked. The first time I saw it, I think it was at the level of a 1-star 17 hells. Sword 18 thought for a moment. That was about a month ago. What could a demonling at the level of a 1-star 17 hells possibly do? Even if he did grow stronger in the past month, he'd probably be a heaven-defying first division life-sizer. There's no way he could resist the heat of the artificial red sun. Jin Fulong frowned, completely unsure of what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Worried, he wondered if Ling Xiao was trying to show off. Senior, please don't worry. Ling Xiao is someone who would never do something that he is not confident in. Since he is doing this, he must have his reasons. Yin Yu smiled and said, Moreover, Senior probably doesn't know, right? Over a month ago, when I saved him, his cultivation was merely around the 17th level of hell. But now, he was a 2nd division life-sizer, and not even a 3rd division sword sage was a match for him. Tell me, if he's already so powerful, how can the demonic beasts he raises be weak? Little girl, have you fallen in love with him? Why are you so confident in him? Can he really do something about the artificial qi yang that even I can't fight against? Jin Fulong was a straightforward person. Also, he was very strong. It was one thing to hear Falling Moon praise Ling Xiao, but she actually praised a demonic beast. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to the demonic beast reared by Ling Xiao? Therefore, he sounded a little unhappy. Of course, he was just grumbling. While they were talking, the suction force of the beast ring on Ling Xiao's hand seemed to be getting stronger. The light and heat of the artificial qi-yang poured into the ring with terrifying speed. That scene caused Jian Fulong to forget how to speak. His eyes were also stunned. By this point, the other experts who had been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre were also surprised to see what was happening. "Who's that young man? Where's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix?" someone asked. "That's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix," Sword 17 replied. "He's the Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. He's just in disguise. His real name is Ling Xiao." Sword 18th replied. "Ling Xiao. I've been hearing that name a lot lately. The bloodthirsty sword sage has been talking about a kid named Ling Xiao who defeated the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty. He even caused the Sword Dynasty to lose millions of soldiers. I never would have guessed that it was him." "That makes sense. Only a young hero like him could possibly break into the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre and save us from this disaster. He's really too young. 16 or 17 years old, I think. When I was his age, I wasn't even in the Yin-Yang realm." Everyone was discussing and praising Ling Xiao. Jian Fulong didn't say a word. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. He could feel that the demonic beast in that kid's beast ring could really swallow that huge artificial scarlet Sunday asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk the artificial scarlet sun was originally over 1,000 meters in diameter. However, as the beast ring continued to absorb its energy, it was shrinking at an accelerated rate. After a few minutes, it was only 200 to 300 meters in diameter. Moreover, the shrinking speed didn't stop. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the artificial scarlet sun completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt Xiao Jin's aura expanding in the beast ring, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. At this point, he had already stopped cultivating. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10% after this round of cultivation. It had reached 30%. Not only that, the grade of the three-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the reincarnation divine state. It had become stronger in all aspects. This is too shocking. I'm very curious now. What kind of monster is in his beast ring? It's so terrifying that it can even absorb heat comparable to an immortal fire. The more Jian Fulong looked, the more shocked he was. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was only talented in cultivation. Now, it seemed that this kid had a lot of secrets. "Hee, senior, I'm right." Yin Yu smiled proudly. Yin Yu really felt that she was very lucky to be able to make a friend like Ling Xiao. Back then, when she saved Ling Xiao, it was purely out of sympathy and morality. But now that he thought about it, that operation was really important. Otherwise, she would probably still be enduring the torture in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. She wouldn't be able to escape at all. 18. You've really taken in a good disciple. You must cherish him in the future. Jian Fulong smiled and said, "Based on my experience, this young man is definitely a person with great luck. Therefore, all the good things would naturally gather around him. There's definitely no harm in following him. There might only be a lot of benefits." "I haven't thought about that. It's just that I've taken him in as my disciple, so I feel incomparably close." Jian 18 smiled. "That's good. It's too deliberate and pretentious. Ha ha ha, this is great. With this kid here, we'll definitely be able to leave this damned bloodthirsty sword tomb. Furthermore, Dugu Beijian would definitely cry if this artificial scarlet sun was devoured. Back then, his ancestors had spent a lot of effort to build this artificial scarlet sun and set up this inhumane bloodthirsty sword tomb. From today onwards, this bloodthirsty sword tomb and this artificial scarlet sun will completely disappear from this world." When Jian Fulong finished speaking, the artificial scarlet sun in the distance had already become a sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The surrounding temperature had also gradually returned to normal. Chapter 3208. Get ready to run. That artificial scarlet sun is the key to maintaining the bloodthirsty sword mound. If it's devoured, the entire place will collapse. Jin Fulong rose to his feet and prepared to leave. Boss, I'm going to evolve. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you for a while. Finally, the artificial scarlet sun disappeared. Little Gold said from the beast ring, "What are you talking about? The stronger you are, the safer I'll be. Go ahead and evolve. Don't worry about me." Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to the others and said, "Let's go. The artificial scarlet sun is gone. We can leave now." Ahead of them was a smooth path. Although they were still a dozen or so meters away from the ground, they were still covered in ordinary soil. The Gopher King scurried over, and in no time, it drilled a tunnel out of the 10-meter-deep soil layer. "Many thanks, young hero Ling. If we meet again in the future, the Gopher King will definitely repay your kindness. Farewell." "All right, goodbye." Ling Xiao had saved the Gopher King, and the Gopher King had brought Ling Xiao to the exit. That was already repaying Ling Xiao for saving his life. Therefore, if he wanted to leave, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop him. "Young hero Ling, once we get out, we'll probably have to go our separate ways. Thank you for today. If you need our help in the future, we'll definitely help." There were over 10,000 martial artists, and nearly 2,000 of them were life seizers. They were actually kneeling in a row in the tunnel, thanking Ling Xiao for saving their lives. "I was just doing it in passing. All right, let's go. This place is about to collapse." As the bloodthirsty sword mound shook more and more violently, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "All right, we'll go ahead and scout the way for young hero Ling." Everyone knew that if they left this place, they would likely encounter danger. After all, they could see the buildings of Sword God City from here. Therefore, the exit of the bloodthirsty sword mound should still be in Sword God City. The sudden tremors would definitely attract the attention of the city defense forces. These people wanted to help Ling Xiao stir up the waters of Sword God City. That way, Ling Xiao could fish in troubled waters and do what he wanted to do. The group of people left in a single file at an extremely fast speed. Before long, Ling Xiao heard battle cries coming from outside. It seemed that they had been discovered. However, he was not worried. These people were so powerful that they would definitely become the biggest headache for the Heavenly Sword Hall. Seeing that most of the people had left, Ling Xiao dashed out. This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. Talent is only one aspect. More importantly, he has an indescribable domineering aura of a king. Many people are willing to gather around him, work for him, and be his friend. Jin Fulong sighed and rushed out as well, and otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb alone to rescue her. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of anyone who ran into the bloodthirsty sword mound to save someone and made it out alive. With this kind of affection, how could others not risk their lives for him? Yin Yu also smiled and immediately scurried out. Jin 18 smiled and also flew out. Thinking about it, he accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple. Wasn't it because of what Jin Fulong and Yin Yu said? Rumble. More terrifying rumbling sounds came. Not long after Jin 18 left, the bloodthirsty sword mound collapsed. Magma gushed out from the ground and swallowed the dark world. Outside, shouts shook the sky. Ling Xiao and the others took advantage of the chaos and found their way to Lord Carefree's residence in the inner city. To Ling Xiao, this was a very simple matter. However, after arriving at Lord Carefree's residence, they received a very bad news. Lord Carefree and Dugu Shengjian went to the demonic dragon sword court to fetch the bride. "Master, wasn't senior sister Luoying captured and brought to Sword God City with you? Why are they still going to fetch the bride?" Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. "I'm afraid it's fake. They're going for the demonic dragon puppet." Jian Fulong frowned. "Let's go. We must return to the demonic dragon sword court immediately. That demonic dragon puppet must not fall into Dugu Shengjian's hands. Otherwise, even I can't stop that guy." Yes. Since Jin Luoying wasn't in Sword God City, there was no need to stay there. They had been delayed in the bloodthirsty sword mound for several days. Lord Carefree and Dugu Shengjian should have arrived at the demonic dragon sword court. There was no time to lose. They must return as soon as possible. At the same time, in the demonic dragon sword court, the 9th floor of the 9-floor demon tower, This was also the residence of the demon sovereign. In the past, Ling Xiao had to look up to the experts on the 9th floor. He had to use the bloody rat demon sovereign's move, which hurt the enemy but also hurt himself. But today, if Ling Xiao came to the 9th floor again, he wouldn't even put demon sovereign Lan Mei in his eyes. At this moment, the 9th floor was particularly lively. The Sword Empire had sent people over. Moreover, it was the extremely powerful Crown Prince Dugu Shangjian and the equally powerful Lord Carefree. Jin Luoying was also sent back. It was said that she would be brought back to Sword God City along with her dowry. Demon Sovereign Lan, I won't say any more nonsense. These are the betrothal gifts. 2 giant bear puppets made with the swordback giant bear as the foundation. Each of them has the strength of a sword saint. Moreover, they are fearless and have thick skin. Not only do they have the abilities of the swordback giant bear, but they can also be used to make medicine and provide enough spiritual stones. They will fight for you until they are completely destroyed. Dugu Shangjian leaned on the chair and looked at Demon Sovereign Lan indifferently. There was no respect at all. To him, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was just a servant. He was the master. He didn't make Demon Sovereign Lan Mei kneel in front of everyone. He was already giving her face. After hearing Dugu Shangjian's words, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was indeed a little moved. Her cultivation was only at the Sword Emperor level. The 2 swordback giant bear puppets had reached the Sword Saint level. With these 2 swordback giant bear puppets, the strength of her demon dragon sword court should be able to reach a higher level. This betrothal gift was indeed extraordinary. However, the problem was that the Sword Empire wanted the demon dragon puppets as a dowry. I dare not deceive your highness. The method to control the demon dragon puppets is indeed with me. However, I really don't know where the demon dragon puppets are. Before the Death Ghost Sword subduing dragon disappeared, he only gave me the method to control them. He didn't give me the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said helplessly. Is that so? Then it's difficult. Without the demon dragon puppets as a dowry, there seems to be no need for your demon dragon sword court to exist. Dugu Shangjian sneered. Do you think you are worthy of serving my sword empire with your little strength? In today's world, sword emperors are nothing. At the very least, you need to be a sword saint to help us. Your Highness, please calm down. Perhaps there is someone who knows the whereabouts of the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said hurriedly. Who? Chapter 3209. The 18th sword is trapped in the bloodthirsty sword mound. Who knows if he's dead or alive? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dugu Shangjian was clearly a little angry. But his daughter is here. If Sword 18 knows he's in danger, he'll definitely tell Jian Luoying about the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi said hurriedly. That better be the case. Otherwise, your devil dragon sword court will cease to exist. Dugu Shangjian coldly snorted and said, Uncle Wang and I will stay in the devil dragon sword court for 3 days. In these 3 days, you'd better figure out the matter of the devil dragon puppet. Your precious son and daughter must die. With that, he got up and left. The Demon Dragon Sword Court had specially prepared a VIP courtyard for them. It was a place with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. No one would disturb them. Seeing Dugu Shangjian leave, Lan Mei helplessly sat down on her seat. Mother, what should we do? Empress Lan Meichen asked anxiously. The demonic dragon puppet will have enough energy in 3 days. So what if it's the Dugu sacred sword? Even if Dugu Beijian comes, I'm not afraid. Lan Meima coldly snorted. She had been the sect master of the Devil Dragon Sword Court for over 100 years. How could she not know the whereabouts of the Devil Dragon puppet? She just didn't want to hand it over. The demonic dragon puppet required a lot of energy, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Lan Mimi didn't want to use it. In that case, our Devil Dragon Sword Court can once again rule the Sword Dynasty? Lan Di Meichen said excitedly. That's right. However, we still have to put on an act. I'll go and interrogate Jian Luoying right now. With that, she left the 9th floor of the 9th-floor tower and headed to where Jian Luoying was being held captive. What are you doing here? Jian Luoying felt nauseous at the sight of Lan Mimi. She had never hated and despised a person so much. Not only did he send her father to the bloodthirsty sword tomb, he also wanted to send her into the fire pit. Hee, you are also this sovereign's niece. Why would this sovereign harm you? Although the unfettered king was a wastrel, in reality, his talent was even more terrifying than Dugu Shengjian's. It was just that he was more lazy and unwilling to cultivate. If you marry him, you will have a lot of glory and wealth. Moreover, he was the sword god's most trusted younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. To be able to marry him, you must have accumulated several lifetimes' worth of good fortune. Why are you so persistent? Beautiful Devil Lan smiled as she sat down and looked at Jian Luoying. All of them added together can't even compare to Ling Xiao. Jian Luoying mocked. The news of Ling Xiao defeating Dugu Shengjian has already spread like wildfire. Do you really think I don't know? Facing Dugu Shengjian, he was incomparably domineering. What about you? You're facing Dugu Shengjian, but you're like a pitiful worm. You can't wait to kneel before him. When Jian Luoying said those words, the worry on her face dissipated slightly. He was obviously pleased with himself. When she was trapped here, the person she thought of the most was naturally her father. However, the only person who could give her hope of survival was Ling Xiao. She really enjoyed the time she spent with Ling Xiao. Although they didn't make love, they only addressed each other as martial sister and junior brother. Their feelings for each other were very sincere. She didn't know why, but she felt that she would definitely be able to escape. And if she did, the one who would come to save her would definitely be Ling Xiao. If it weren't for that tiny bit of hope, she would have committed suicide long ago. Rather than live to be humiliated, it was better to die happily. Don't mention him in front of me. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly roared as if she had gone mad. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for that Ling Xiao, I wouldn't have to grovel and beg Dugu Shengjian to help me. My demon dragon sword cord wouldn't have fallen to such a state. That's right, he's become stronger. So strong that it's unbelievable. However, he won't come to save you. You should give up on that thought. Why? Jian Luoying asked. Why? To tell you the truth, Ling Xiao actually disguised himself as the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and entered the bloodthirsty sword mound. He wanted to save your father and 9 Defiance Falling Moon. Unfortunately, many people have entered the bloodthirsty sword mound to save others, but not a single one has come out alive. Just accept your fate. There's no other way. What? He went to the bloodthirsty sword mound? Jian Luoying wasn't disappointed when she heard the news. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. What are you laughing at? Beautiful Devil Lan frowned. Beautiful Devil Lan, have you forgotten what happened to you when you underestimated him? In this world, perhaps only one person can save someone from the bloodthirsty sword mound. That person is Ling Xiao. Jian Luoying smiled confidently. In your dreams. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly slapped Jian Luoying's face and said, Do you think he's a god? With that, she turned and opened the door to leave. Coming here was just for show. In reality, neither 18th Sword nor Jian Luoying knew anything about the demonic dragon puppet. She knew this very well. She was just putting on a show for Dugu Shengjian. Sword God City. The battle was still ongoing and was getting more and more intense. The cultivators that came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound were each stronger than the last. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stop them at all. The entire outer city of Sword God City was in chaos. And these people actually planned to go all the way and directly attack the inner city to take Dugu Shengjian's head. Charge! Kill Dugu Shengjian and take revenge. Having just come out, everyone was holding back their anger. No one wanted to leave just like that. In addition, when they were in the outer city, it was as if they had entered a no-man's land, so they were naturally a little too complacent. Thus, they had the idea of attacking the inner city. At this time, Ling Xiao and the others just came out of Lord Carefree's residence and heard the sound of the inner city's gate being attacked. A large number of cultivators poured into the inner city. These people are too impatient. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Yeah, they just came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound and haven't fully recovered their strength. To be so anxious to take revenge is simply courting death. 18th Sword also said helplessly, What should we do? Ling Xiao, I'll listen to you. Falling Moon looked at Ling Xiao. Although Jian Fulong was the strongest and most experienced among them, Falling Moon was more willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Master, you and Martial Uncle should return to the Devil Dragon Sword Court first. I'm worried about senior sister Luo Ying's safety. Ling Xiao looked at 18th Sword and Jian Fulong and said, All right. 18th Sword nodded. However, Jian Fulong frowned and said, That bastard Dugashengjian has trapped me for 200 years. I can't leave so easily. No matter what, I have to exchange a few moves with him to feel better. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Jian Fulong would be like this. For a straightforward person like Jian Fulong who had been sealed for 200 years, it was only natural that he would want to find his enemy the most after he escaped. Sister Falling Moon, go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court with my master. We can take care of each other. Once we're done here, I'll chase after you. Chapter 32:10. No problem. Anyway, I have nothing else to do now. Since Yin Yu knew the true face of Nine Defying's leader, she naturally wouldn't work for Nine Defying anymore. Since Ling Xiao needed her, she was naturally willing to help. Then let's go. Jin 18 glanced at Yin Yu. The two turned around and flew out of the city. They weren't worried about Ling Xiao's safety, because Ling Xiao had Jian Fulong by his side. Jian Fulong's strength should be stronger than Dugu Beijian's. In addition, Ling Xiao was cunning enough. He was the only one who could play tricks on others. It was almost impossible for others to play tricks on him. If he could escape from the bloodthirsty sword tomb, how could a mere sword god city trap him? Kid, what's your purpose in saving those people? Jian Fulong suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. They are an important force in resisting Sword Dynasty. I dare not deceive Senior. I want this Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao said truthfully. You want it? Jian Fulong was stunned. Although he had thought of many reasons for Ling Xiao's purpose, this was the only thing he hadn't thought of and didn't dare to think of. A 16 or 17-year-old youth actually wanted to rule Sword Dynasty. That's right, I want it. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. After a long time, Jian Fulong suddenly laughed out loud. I found that you are getting more and more interesting. All right, then let me wait and see how you will overthrow Sword Dynasty and unify this force. His laughter contained an extremely powerful vital essence, which caused the entire Sword God City to shake continuously. The martial artists in Sword God City looked up at the sky and looked at the two people floating in midair. I don't care. I have been holding it in for 200 years. I must make a big fuss. If I don't smash this Sword God City into smithereens, I won't leave. While speaking, Jian Fulong waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand. A terrifying sword chi flew out and destroyed a part of the inner city wall. Quickly look, it's Jian Fulong. That guy also wants to kill Dugu Beijian. He's our strongest helper. Everyone, let's work harder and attack the Imperial Palace to capture Dugu Beijian alive. Seeing Jian Fulong make a move, the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb became even more excited. They had all witnessed how powerful Jian Fulong was. With the help of such a powerful expert, how could he not be happy? However, at this moment, the Sword God City's defense alarm finally sounded. In the inner city, experts kept pouring out. The most shocking thing was a row of about a dozen terrifying swordback bears. These swordback giant bears were 10 meters tall and had thick skin. It was difficult for swords and sabers to injure them. Moreover, they had boundless strength and could spit flames and release sword chi. They could be described as battle maniacs. That's not a swordback bear. That's a swordback bear puppet. Jian Fulong frowned and said, I didn't expect that Dugu Beijian, that guy, actually really developed this thing. 18 of them. All of them are peak Sword Saint level puppets. Furthermore, compared to Sword Saint level puppets, they are even more fearless and have stronger vitality. A Sword Saint level demonic beast puppet. Oh my god, this is the true fighting strength of the Sword Dynasty. If they had sent these guys to the Dragon Elephant Division back then, I'm afraid the Dragon Elephant Division would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There's no need to worry. Such powerful demonic beast puppets require a lot of energy. In an expedition, it's already not bad to bring 4 or 5 of them. It's basically impossible to bring a dozen of them. Jian Fulong laughed. As they were talking, the battle had already begun. The sword-backed giant bear puppet had indeed displayed its overwhelming fighting strength. Although the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb were very strong. However, they had not fully recovered and couldn't block it at all. Everyone, retreat. If you want revenge, it doesn't matter if it's in a short period of time. Go back and recuperate. There will naturally be a chance. I'll block these monsters for you. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the three-headed lava hound beast soul transformation state. This beast soul transformation was more useful for large-scale attacks. Scorching hell, meteor fall. Looking at the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb retreating from the inner city, Ling Xiao directly released scorching hell. Then, a huge meteor fell from the sky, smashing towards the sword-backed giant bear puppet. Rumble. After a loud explosion, 4 or 5 of the 18 sword-backed giant bear puppet had been smashed. In front of Ling Xiao, sword saint-level existences were nothing. So powerful. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't block the sword-backed giant bear puppet at all. However, Ling Xiao could easily destroy 4 or 5 of them. This was a little too abnormal. Still not leaving? Ling Xiao looked back at those people and sternly shouted, "Go! Don't waste young hero Ling's good intentions." Finally, some people began to retreat. However, there was still a portion of them who stayed. They were all stubborn people and felt that it wasn't right for them to run away now. Ling Xiao thought about it and simply ignored them. Anyway, with him and Jian Fulong, even if Dugu Beijian wanted to kill these people, it was almost impossible. By the time Ling Xiao had killed nearly 10 of the giant bear puppets, Ling Xiao was already dead. The big shots of the Sword Dynasty finally appeared. The experts of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, except for the dead great sages of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Works, all of them came out. Among them, there was also Eunuch Gao who served Dugu Beijian. Eunuch Gao was the #1 expert among them. That young man should be the one who defeated the crown prince, Ling Xiao. How audacious! He actually dared to come to Sword God City. In Sword God City, there were too many people who had seen Ling Xiao's bounty. It wasn't strange that they recognized Ling Xiao. Who was that older guy? Jian Fulong had been trapped for 200 years, so there weren't many people who could recognize him. Jian Fulong, I didn't expect you to come out after 200 years. Sigh, I had a premonition that something was wrong. But I never expected that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. I also didn't expect that little Ling Xiao could really destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Eunuch Gao glanced at Jian Fulong. 200 years ago, he was a little eunuch by Dugu Beijian's side. 200 years later, he became the #1 expert among the eunuchs. Of course, he recognized Jian Fulong. Little eunuch, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Get Dugu Beijian to come out. It's too boring to kill trash like you. Jian Fulong sneered. Hey, did you hear that? That Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb. That's impossible. Ever since the bloodthirsty sword tomb was established, no enemy has ever come out alive. But they did come out alive and well. From what I heard, those people just now were also taken out from the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Noisy. Eunuch Gao shouted coldly, silencing those who were gossiping. Chapter 32:11. Looking at Jian Fulong, Eunuch Gao said, "You're not necessarily a match for me right now. There's no need for His Majesty the Sword God to show himself." Well, you're welcome to try. Jian Fulong chuckled coldly. The truth was that he knew that without Ling Xiao's healing pills, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Sect Uncle, why don't you let me handle Eunuch Gao? Ling Xiao was in desperate need of a fight. After all, Eunuch Gao was a 4th division life-sizer. Although he wasn't as strong as the Dugu Hejian, he was definitely stronger than the Dugu Shangjian. Fighting him would definitely improve Yang Qi's cultivation base significantly. Are you really in such a hurry to get yourself killed, boy? Eunuch Gao said, looking coldly at Ling Xiao. I have no idea how you destroyed the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre, but since you're here, none of you will leave here alive. You think you're strong enough to do that? Ling Xiao sneered. You saw how I fought the Dugu Shangjian outside the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre. So what if he's a 4th division life-sizer now? I'm not afraid of him. I beat him to a pulp in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, so I can beat him again. You might be a bit stronger than him, but that doesn't count for much. Dugu Shengjian and eunuch Gao were nothing. Ling Xiao's words caused the experts from the 3 provinces and 6 tribes to be infuriated. Of course, they were infuriated. However, they didn't dare to underestimate this young man. In less than 2 months, this young man had risen to prominence like a comet, creating one miracle after another. In the Dragon Mammoth tribe, he had killed the great sage from the Ministry of Works, defeated the Dugu Shangjian, and destroyed millions of soldiers. Therefore, although he was arrogant and domineering, he had the right to be. Ha 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 ha. Eunuch Gao's laughter was sharp and piercing to the ears. Tell me where Sword Sage Bloodthirsty, Sword Sage Frostblood, and Sword Sage Giant are, and I'll spare your life. All I'll do is throw you into the heavenly penitentiary. Clearly, Eunuch Gao didn't take Ling Xiao's arrogance to heart. Eunuch Gao was a mighty 4th division life-sizer, so how could he be afraid of a 2nd division life-sizer? Kill him, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Killed? Was it done by Jian Fulong? Eunuch Gao looked at Jian Fulong and asked. Wrong, I did it. Ling Xiao said. Impossible. How could you possibly kill the bloodthirsty sword saint? Eunuch Gao exclaimed. You talk too much. Since you want to fight, then hurry up and make your move. Ling Xiao was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this old eunuch. However, before Eunuch Gao could say anything, the highest-ranking officer of the martial arts department couldn't hold it in any longer. Eunuch Gao, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a brat. Let me kill him. As the highest-ranking official of the martial arts province, one of the 3 provinces, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the 3rd division of life seizing, and was roughly on the same level as Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, he did not have the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. The moment he stepped forward, Ling Xiao moved. He coldly took out the sky demon sword and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword flashed and a bloody gash appeared on the throat of the martial arts department's highest-ranking officer. Then, the corpse fell to the ground, dead. A single sword strike had slain a peak 3rd division life-sizer. The bloodthirsty sword saint had the bloodthirsty demon sword, and yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. Who do you think you are? Do you think you qualify to fight me? Ling Xiao flicked the blood off the sky demon sword, then looked coldly at the corpse that had fallen to the ground. Looking back at Eunuch Gao, he said, Bring it on. Other than you, anyone who dares to make a move against me is going to die. What an arrogant brat, Eunuch Gao said, frowning. Flicking his horsetail whisk, he blurred into motion like a bolt of lightning toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had killed the highest-ranking official of the martial arts department, and Eunuch Gao wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a single blow. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. He had also underestimated Ling Xiao. He was only a 4th division life-sizer, with only 50% of the power level of the sea. There was still a huge gap between him and the peak Dugu Batian. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate an enemy like this. Swapping out the Sky Demon Sword for the revered Ice Sword, he said. First stance of the Monarch Hegemon Sword. Sword cleaves Black Tortoise Province. Wrapped in a cold aura, this sword was released fiercely and domineeringly. The entire Sword God City could feel the majesty of a ruler. What? Although Eunuch Gao had known all along that Ling Xiao knew how to use the Monarch Hegemon Sword, he was still shocked to see Ling Xiao actually use it. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Monarch Hegemon Sword to such a level that he was even more familiar with it than the Dugu Batian Sword. Surprised already? Too early. Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation. Frigid Dragon Breath. As soon as the Monarch Hegemon Sword was unleashed, Ling Xiao transformed into a Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a blast of frigid energy. The revered Ice Sword was already cold enough to cause the air around it to freeze. Now that Eunuch Gao had unleashed the frigid dragon breath, he was caught completely off guard and covered in ice. At the same time, the Sword Cleave's Black Tortoise province arrived. Terrifying sword energy slammed into Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao, a mighty 4th Division life-sizer, was sent flying backward by the sword, where he slammed into a nearby building, causing it to crumble into pieces. Ag! A furious roar came from below as Eunuch Gao soared into the air hysterically. His hair was disheveled, and he looked even more bedraggled than before. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the fact that he had been sent flying by Ling Xiao was a complete loss of face. That Ling Xiao really is strong. It seems the rumors about him defeating the Crown Prince weren't just empty words. I can't believe he actually sent Eunuch Gao flying. All of the martial artists in Sword God City were deeply worried. The martial arts province's most senior officer had been killed, and Eunuch Gao, a 4th Division life-sizer, had been sent flying. Other than the Sword God, who else could possibly stop this young man? And it was obvious that the person next to him was even stronger. Could it be that the Sword Dynasty was really going to change? Are you looking to die, you little brat? Eunuch Gao said angrily. This time, he was even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ling Xiao. However, even as he flew up into the air, Ling Xiao had already prepared himself for this attack. Vajra God-Ape Transformation. Invulnerable Vajra. 5 Ghosts Secret Magic. Rock Devil. Ling Xiao used every defensive measure he could think of. Then, he put his revered ice sword away. Is he trying to get himself killed? Although Ling Xiao had sent Eunuch Gao flying, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Eunuch Gao was still much stronger than Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for them to realize what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Eunuch Gao's attack was truly terrifying. The fly whisk attack caused strange rifts to spread out in the air around it. Ling Xiao's defenses began to crumble. First, the Rock Devil was destroyed. Then, his invulnerable Vajra was destroyed. A terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. His potential suddenly erupted at that moment. Chapter 32:12. Eunuch Gao's attack slammed into Ling Xiao. Although the Rock Devils and invulnerable Vajra were blocking the attack, it was still powerful enough to kill any 3rd-level life-sizer. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't even flinch. He stood there in midair, blood oozing out of his mouth. And yet, he had taken the full brunt of the attack. The royal-class Black Tortoise God body was no joke. Although Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to unleash the full potential of the Black Tortoise God body, it was more than enough. Your attacks aren't all that impressive, old eunuch. Ling Xiao sneered at Eunuch Gao. All of a sudden, 9 serpent heads appeared behind him, spitting out a terrifying toxic mist. Shockingly, the mist was blood-red in color. Eunuch Gao immediately retreated. However, even though he had retreated, the 2 sword saints who had been tainted by the blood-red poisonous fog had died in a painful struggle. Just now, I took that attack head-on, causing my internal organs to be injured, but it also caused the energy in my cultivation C to rise to 60%. Chuckling inwardly, Ling Xiao popped a healing pill into his mouth. Healing pills could easily heal internal injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. Your subordinates are all trash, Dugubatian. Don't tell me you want to watch them all die before you show your face? You were despicable before, but you weren't as cowardly as a mouse. Jian Fulong was also shocked by how strong Ling Xiao was. Even a 4th-level life-sizer couldn't send Ling Xiao flying. This young man really did seem like a man of great destiny. He said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. Perhaps Jian Fulong really could lend him a helping hand. In the future, he would have a place in the 9 Supremes. That wasn't even what Jian Fulong was thinking. After all, there was no way Dugubatian would stay put after he shouted. Off in the distance, a figure appeared. It looked as if he had crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. He wore a loose black robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes at the edges. His long black hair floated behind his head. His every movement exuded a domineering aura that no one dared to underestimate. His appearance was rather handsome, but not delicate and pretty. Instead, he had a cold and callous face. Even though he was an enemy, Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise him. He really looked very manly. Dugu Beijian's appearance caused the entire Sword God City to burst into cheers. They feared Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Only Dugu Beijian could make them feel at ease. As the emperor, Dugu Beijian lived in seclusion and left all matters to his son and ministers. Therefore, not many people had seen his true appearance. At this time, Long Yin was furious. As for Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, they didn't show any signs of backing off. They stood in the air, facing off against Dugu Beijian. Jian Fulong's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate the man who controlled the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was also at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. Actually, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. At most, it was 50-50. Old friend, it's been 200 years, but your appearance still hasn't changed. Dugu Beijian looked at Jian Fulong and laughed. Bullshit. You're the one who gave me this blood-red skin. That said, it's time for you to wake up. You didn't turn me into a blood devil. Shouldn't you be disappointed? Jian Fulong snorted coldly. You're right, Dugu Beijian said. When I heard that you were released, I was actually terrified. Sadly, you're not the same person you used to be. Eunuch Gao was right about one thing. After 200 years, you're not as strong as you used to be. You're not a match for me. Dugu Beijian continued to stare at Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, as if there was nothing in the world that could cause him fear. Looking over at Ling Xiao, he said, come to think of it, as far as I'm concerned, this brat is even more of a threat than you are. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I really underestimated you. Actually, when the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor arrived at the Sword God City, I already suspected your identity. That's why I purposely let you enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Initially, I thought that if you dare to rebel, you'll be trapped there forever, just like Jian Fulong. However, I miscalculated. I really didn't expect that you could turn the bloodthirsty sword tomb upside down and release so many troublesome fellows. What do you think? Are you willing to join hands with me and rule the world together? I need a talent like you. Dugu Beijian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao had indeed surprised him. When he first paid attention to Ling Xiao, it was actually because he heard Demon Supremacy Lan Mei's complaints. However, at that time, he really didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a rebellious youth. He could just send a few people to deal with him. However, after that, Ling Xiao killed Tianjue Wang and Dugu Xiong in the Ice Supremacy Forbidden Land. This made him furious. After that, he did those earth-shattering things in the Dragon Elephant tribe. He really had a whole new level of respect for Ling Xiao. And today, Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb that the Sword Dynasty had painstakingly built and released so many terrifying existences. He could no longer look down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, in his heart, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Jian Fulong. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hearing Dugu Beijian's words, Ling Xiao gently shook his head and said, What I want is the entire Sword Dynasty, not to share it with a despicable person like you. My senior uncle Jian Fulong's bitter experience is a perfect example. You dare to reject me? Dugu Beijian's voice suddenly turned cold. So what if I reject you? Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Ling Xiao said loudly. Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Everyone was shocked by his words. In front of Dugu Beijian, the sword god, Ling Xiao didn't hide his true thoughts. He's crazy. He's completely crazy. Does he really think that just because Eunuch Gao didn't kill him, he can escape the sword god's wrath? Back in Sword God City, the martial artists of the Sword Dynasty were so angry that their faces turned red as they cursed Ling Xiao. However, the martial artists who had just emerged from the bloodthirsty sword tomb were having different thoughts. What a domineering young man. No wonder he destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and saved us. From now on, we'll follow him. That's right. He's only in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level, yet he killed a 3rd division sword sage. And then he fought a 4th division eunuch Gao. He's definitely the most powerful genius in all of history. Dugu Beijian isn't even fit to carry his shoes. All of them were determined to follow Ling Xiao and conquer the world. Even as the discussion continued, Dugu Beijian made his move. His target, however, was not Jian Fulong, but Ling Xiao. He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Ling Xiao. Perhaps death will be the end for you. Young man, farewell. Your talent will also be buried in the yellow earth. As he spoke, Dugu Beijian's hands didn't stop moving. Chapter 32:13. He watched as Ling Xiao was crushed by Dugu Beijian's fist. Jian Fulong wanted to save him, but it was too late. Jian Fulong was a straightforward person, and he never expected Dugu Beijian to attack Ling Xiao. If it were him, he would never attack a junior. He roared and charged at Dugu Beijian. He couldn't even protect a junior. He was pissed. Dugu Beijian calmly turned around to block the attack. The bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his hand. Without any fancy moves, he clashed with Jian Fulong's sword. Rumble. A terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. Many martial artists fainted, and the entire Sword God City trembled. The two terrifying sword energies clashed in the air. In the end, Dugu Beijian came out on top. Dugu Beijian had the bloodthirsty demon sword, a treasure-grade emperor item. Jian Fulong, on the other hand, only had the demon dragon sword, a high-grade emperor item. In terms of cultivation base, the two were almost equal, but in terms of weapons, they were far apart. After 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, the two of them retreated at the same time. Dugu Beijian retreated 3 steps, while Jian Fulong retreated more than 10. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "What a surprise," Dugu Beijian said. "In such a short time, you've recovered to the peak of the 4th level of life seizing. Who could possibly have such a miraculous ability?" Although Dugu Beijian wasn't injured, he didn't have it easy. He was confident that he could defeat Jian Fulong with the bloodthirsty demon sword, but he would be seriously injured after the fight. That was why he hated the person who had helped Jian Fulong recover. "Your Majesty, watch out!" At this moment, Eunuch Gao suddenly cried out in alarm. When Dugu Beijian heard the shout, he sensed a scorching aura behind him. He instinctively tried to flee, but he was too slow. The mystical flame scorched one of his arms black. In just a short moment, only the bones were left. He had no choice but to cut off his left arm. He turned to look at the person who had attacked him. "Ling Xiao, you're not dead." "What a joke. You think you can kill me?" His title was quite scary. Sword God? In other words, he was only in the 4th division of the life-seizing level. "You haven't reached the point where you can kill me just because you want me dead. Not unless you're a 5th division life-sizer." Ling Xiao stood there unscathed. Just now, his Taiji had already captured Dugu Beijian's weak killing intent, so he directly used his Golden Phoenix incarnation. What Dugu Beijian had destroyed was only the Golden Phoenix incarnation, not him. "Despicable!" Eunuch Gao roared. "I'm despicable? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Wasn't it your sword god who ambushed me first?" Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Dugu Beijian, are you afraid? You were afraid that I would surpass you, so you wanted to kill me. It's a pity that it's too late now. Not to mention that Senior Jian Fulong is here today. Even if he wasn't here, you can forget about killing me." Dugu Beijian coldly looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao was truly a fellow that gave him an incomparable headache. As for the martial artists in Sword God City, looks of terror appeared on their faces. What was going on? His Majesty the Sword God had ambushed Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. Ling Xiao had ambushed His Majesty the Sword God, but had destroyed one of his arms. They didn't understand what was happening in this world. From the look of things, Ling Xiao hadn't been joking when he said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. He really did have what it took to do that. The fact that His Majesty the Sword God wasn't attacking meant that he had run out of options to deal with Ling Xiao. The martial artists from Sword God Hall were all imagining things. After all, Dugu Beijian was their only hope. He was their backbone. He was the ruler of the Sword Dynasty. If he couldn't do it, then who could? "Let's go, sect uncle," Ling Xiao said coolly, looking at Jian Fulong. This time, Jian Fulong didn't refuse. In the battle with Dugu Beijian just now, he was actually at a disadvantage, so there was no need to continue trying. Only by restoring his former cultivation base could he truly seek revenge on Dugu Beijian. Moreover, Ling Xiao's performance had greatly shocked him. So much so that when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he was actually subconsciously willing to listen. Dugu Beijian, you should guard this sword dynasty well. Soon, I will come and take it away. A person like you doesn't have the qualifications to rule this land. After saying that, he turned around and left in a carefree manner. Dugu Beijian didn't stop him, but his face was gloomy. By relying on the bloodthirsty demon sword, he could defeat Jian Fulong. However, with the addition of the cunning Ling Xiao, who was a headache to deal with, there was no way to fight. So what if he didn't let Ling Xiao go? That kind of result would only cause Sword God City to be destroyed and his painstaking efforts to completely fail. I'll be waiting. Gritting his teeth, Dugu Beijian said, since you look down on the Sword God, then I'll show you how strong I am. He had been in the peak of the 4th division of life seizing for many years now, and had recently begun to show signs of a breakthrough. Therefore, when news of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre's destruction reached the imperial palace, he hadn't immediately left. After all, he needed to work on his cultivation and attempt to break through. But Jian Fulong's appearance had forced him to come out, and now, he could sense that his breakthrough was imminent. After all, his most terrifying opponent wasn't Jian Fulong, but rather Ling Xiao. I can't believe His Majesty Sword God actually let Ling Xiao go. Duh. His arm was burned. Even His Majesty Sword God would be severely weakened. There's no way he could keep Ling Xiao here. Bullshit. How could His Majesty the Sword God possibly lose? It's just an arm. It's not a big deal. If His Majesty were to show his might, forget Ling Xiao, even that guy called Jian Fulong would die. Why don't you tell me why he let Ling Xiao go? Isn't it because he knows he can't beat him? What do you know? His Majesty Sword God is obviously playing a game of chess. He must have his own plans. Don't tell me you think you're more brilliant than His Majesty Sword God. As everyone discussed the matter, Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong, and the other martial artists who had escaped from the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre began to leave. Dugu Beijian turned and headed back to the imperial city. To an emperor, the humiliation he had suffered today was a major blow. Therefore, he desperately wanted to improve his cultivation base. Once he was in the 5th division of life seizing, Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong wouldn't be a problem at all. Young hero Ling, you're truly a valiant warrior, Dugu Beijian said excitedly. I admire you and would like to work for you. Please accept my offer. Even before leaving Sword God City, some of the martial artists from the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre had already gathered around Ling Xiao. If you really want to help me, why don't you head to the Dragon Mammoth tribe? That's my headquarters. When the day comes, I'll definitely need your help. With so many experts joining him, it would make up for the battle prowess of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. How could Ling Xiao possibly refuse? Many thanks for taking us in, Your Majesty. Chapter 32:14. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. I thought that 200 years later, it would be this old man's world. I didn't expect that today's glory would be snatched away by you. Even Dugu Beijian feels that you are more of a threat than this old man. At this time, Jian Fulong really admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Previously, he more or less had the thought of taking advantage of his seniority. But now, that thought no longer existed. This world can only belong to you. This old man is also willing to contribute to you. Jian Fulong said in a deep voice. He was very serious. Senior uncle is overpraising me. If you weren't here, Dugu Beijian wouldn't have let me go so easily today. Ling Xiao shook his head. Overbearing, yet humble. This old man really likes your character. Jian Fulong laughed heartily. If senior uncle is really willing to help this junior take down the sword dynasty, or even the world of the 9 supremes, this junior is naturally willing to accept. Ling Xiao also said seriously. The world of the 9 supremes. Jian Fulong sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that Ling Xiao was only thinking about the sword dynasty. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao was thinking about the entire 9 supremes. If he knew that Ling Xiao's great ambition was to unify the mystic world, how shocked would he be? Are you sure? The sword dynasty is only the weakest among the 9 supremes. Even if you really take down the sword dynasty, it's impossible to contend against the other 8. Your idea is a little bold, Jian Fulong said after being shocked for a long time. So what? When I just stepped foot into the Sword Dynasty, who would have thought that a young man from a remote kingdom like me would possess the formidable strength to look down upon the Sword Dynasty? When Ling Xiao said this, he looked proudly into the distance. The emperor's aura that was naturally released really stunned Jian Fulong. He had the bloodline of the human king in his body. The human king was the founder of the sacred dynasty, the only person who had unified the mystic world. Ling Xiao's emperor's qi was naturally not weak. Good. Since this is the case, I, Jian Fulong, will risk my life to accompany you and work hard together with you. Jian Fulong no longer dared to doubt Ling Xiao's ambition. Just like that, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked past the thousands of soldiers and horses. They left Sword God City as if no one else was present. In history, no one had ever been able to come out of the bloodthirsty Sword Mound. No one could walk out of Sword God City alive after offending the emperor of the Sword Dynasty. But today, Ling Xiao did it. The people he had rescued from the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb had all walked out of Sword God City alive. The royal family's reputation had been swept to the ground. Eunuch Gao, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch them leave? If news of this were to spread, where would the Sword Dynasty's face go? What about the royal family's face? An elderly sword saint roared angrily. So what? His Majesty didn't say anything. So what can we do? We can't even defeat Ling Xiao, let alone Jian Fulong. We'll only be courting death if we make a move. Eunuch Gao said with a sharp voice, but don't forget, His Majesty is about to break through, and that old ancestor is about to see the light of day again. What Ling Xiao, what Jian Fulong, they're all grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. You only need to remember today's humiliation and pay it back double in the future. What secret does Eunuch Gao know? Someone asked. That's right. I know, but I can't say it. It's the Sword Dynasty's biggest secret. Just you wait. In the future, not only will the Sword Dynasty be ours, even the other forces of the Nine Supremes will have to bow down to us. Eunuch Gao was like a defeated rooster, but now, this rooster seemed to have thought of something and became proud again. He turned around and returned to the imperial city to serve Dugu Beijian. However, no matter what he said, what happened in Sword God City was still spread by various scouts. Within a day, it spread thousands of miles away, even tens of thousands of miles away. Jian Fulong's resurrection was bound to be big news. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, would become the center of attention of the world. Dragon Elephant Tribe, 8 Immortals Nation's headquarters. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Emperor Dragon Elephant, and others sat there, discussing the recent military training. Suddenly, Dragon Elephant sighed and said, Ling Xiao has been in Sword God City for a few days now. Why is there no news at all? Will there be any problems? Don't talk nonsense, you jinx. Ling Xiao is a smart guy. What problems can he have? Don't worry, Falling Moon will be rescued. Bai Fong shouted. Haha, I was wrong. Dragon Elephant hurriedly apologized. Dragon Elephant may be a jinx, but that's the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. No one has ever gone in to rescue someone and come out alive. I'm afraid, Sai. Ba Dao sighed and said something that no one was willing to mention, but it was incomparably cruel and true. Moreover, even if Falling Moon and the others are rescued, can he escape from Sword God City? Dugu Beijian will not let him go so easily. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said helplessly, disguising himself is only temporary. If he wants to succeed, it depends on his strength. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the command center became abnormally oppressive. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside, giving everyone a fright. There's news, big news. The person who came was Wolf Fong, a member of the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Speak quickly, Hai Myungkeo urged. Yes, according to the report, the bloodthirsty sword mound was destroyed earlier today, and the 10,000 prisoners inside all escaped. Some people even saw an old man and a young man fighting against Dugu Beijian. That young man is our Emperor Ling Xiao, and that old man is the demon lord Jian Fulong from Devil Dragon Sword Court 200 years ago. Jian Fulong. That old man is still alive. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix shouted excitedly. Senior, don't interrupt. Hai Myung-keo smiled bitterly. Okay, 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 continue. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said. Wolf Fong continued. During the battle, Dugu Beijian ambushed the emperor, but the emperor gave him a taste of his own medicine and completely burned his left arm. After that, the emperor and Jian Fulong brought the experts who escaped from the bloodthirsty sword tomb and left Sword God City. Dugu Beijian did not stop them. Ha ha ha, I knew it, I knew it. That kid is lucky. It's impossible for him to die. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Long Xiang finally laughed out loud. Hee hee, I wonder who said that he was worried that Ling Xiao would die. Bai Fong rolled his eyes at Long Xiang. But to be honest, this news is really unexpected. The emperor is indeed someone with the fortune of an emperor. He actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and saved so many people. Oh right, is Falling Moon among these people? Bai Fong suddenly asked. Yes, but Falling Moon and Jin 18 went to Devil Dragon Sword Court first. It should be because of Jin Sakura. Chapter 32:15. It's good that we've rescued her. I think the Emperor will most likely rush to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Alright, everyone, let's not sit here and chat. Let's get down to business. I know you guys are worried about the Emperor these days, so you don't even have the energy to do things. But now, the Emperor is fine. Let's get back to work. The Draco Elephant Emperor nodded and said. The originally oppressive atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Everyone went out to get busy. Compared to before, they were much more motivated. In the village closest to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, 2 people were drinking tea. This was the only way to leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Before Ling Xiao joined the Demon Dragon Sword Court, he also met Jin Feng Chi-Chi here. The ones drinking tea were Jin 18 and Yin Yu. The 2 of them rushed day and night and finally arrived here the next day. However, because they didn't understand the situation of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, they didn't immediately enter. They only caught a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and found out some information. Dugu Shangjian gave Lan Mei 3 days to hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. It seems that the main purpose of the Sword God Hall setting this marriage contract is not for Luo Ying, but for the Demon Dragon puppet. Jin 18 analyzed. It's already the 2nd day. Tomorrow is the day Lan Mei will hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. What do you think? Yin Yu thought for a moment and said, in my opinion, the reason why the Sword God Dynasty still has the Demon Dragon Sword Court is most likely because of the Demon Dragon puppet. Tomorrow, regardless of whether Lan Mei hands over the Demon Dragon puppet or not, a battle is inevitable. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the situation and rescue Luo Ying. Jin 18 suddenly said, that's right. Only tomorrow is the best opportunity. Right now, the Demon Dragon Sword Court is heavily guarded. If we enter, we'll definitely encounter Dugu Shangjian and Unfettered King. Those 2 are very powerful. We can deal with Unfettered King, but we definitely can't deal with Dugu Shangjian. Yin Yu nodded. The next morning, the chaos that Jin 18 and Yin Yu imagined did not happen. The strangest thing was that the wedding procession actually came out of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. As the groom, Unfettered King wore a beautiful red robe and rode on a 7-colored jade horse. This rainbow jade horse didn't have much strength, but it was very beautiful. Moreover, it was extremely rare, so it was deeply loved by the nobles. When the bridegroom fetched the bride, he liked to ride the 7-colored jade horse. Beside him was Dugu Shangjian, who was riding a ferocious demonic beast. Behind them sat the bridal sedan chair of the bride, Sakura Sword. Shockingly, the 8 people carrying the sedan chair were all 1st Division life-seizing sword emperors. Standing around the sedan chair were the red orb guards that Dugu Shangjian had brought with him. The weakest among them was a sword emperor, while the strongest 4 were actually sword saints. One was more handsome than the other, and one was more enchanting than the other. This standard was a little too high. Behind them was the Demonic Dragon Sword Court's team. Lan Mimi and Lan Di Machen were both there, as well as a large amount of dowry. Such a team was too eye-catching. All the martial artists along the way turned to look. Logically speaking, with such a strong team, it was impossible for anyone to cause trouble. 1 sword god, 5 sword saints, and more than 10 sword emperors. There were also many sword emperors and sword kings. No matter who came, they would all die. However, at this moment, on the path they had to pass through, in that small village, there were two people who were preparing to make a move. It seems that Lan Mimi gave the demonic dragon puppet to Dugu Shangjian, Sword 17 said. That's why Dugu Shangjian didn't kill her. She's already given up on the demonic dragon sword court. She's ready to become a dog for the sword god hall. Sword 18th sighed. Lan Mimi's actions were becoming more and more disappointing. Falling Moon, Sword 17 said, will definitely die trying to save her. But Sakura Sword is my child, and I have to save her. Stay here and wait for my big brother and Ling Xiao to get here. If it's possible, avenge me. As a father, Sword 18th couldn't just stand by and watch as his daughter was thrown into a fiery pit. What are you talking about again? Didn't we already discuss this yesterday? Falling Moon shook her head. Your problems are Ling Xiao's problems, and Ling Xiao's problems are my problems. Jin Luoying is Ling Xiao's elder sister, so there's no way I'm not going to save her. Besides, I picked up this life of mine. Even if I die, it won't be a pity. Sword 18th was about to say something, but Falling Moon cut him off. There's no need to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. Sword 18th was stunned, but then he felt incredibly moved. Ling Xiao's friends were truly loyal and affectionate. What right does Jin Luoying have? She said. I'm much prettier than her and much stronger. What right does she have to marry into the king's mansion, while I'm stuck here in the abandoned demonic dragon sword court? Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. It was a female cultivator from the demonic dragon sword court, and she was much stronger than Jin Luoying. Despite Jin Luoying's outstanding performance, she had only reached the late 18 hells of the Yin-Yang realm. She, on the other hand, was a life-sizer. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Jin Luoying. In terms of looks, she was confident that she surpassed Jin Luoying. The only thing that made her inferior to Jin Luoying was her status. But Jin Luoying was nothing more than the daughter of Sword 18th, a traitor of the demonic dragon sword court. She wasn't convinced. Actually, there were quite a few people who felt the same way. Marrying into the king's mansion was something that countless people dreamed of, and King Carefree was so handsome that he could be described as a jade-faced gentleman. He was handsome, had high status, and was a prince. It was only natural that many women would fall for him. Although, I still prefer His Highness the Crown Prince. It's too bad His Highness the Crown Prince already has a consort. Otherwise, he'd take a liking to me. Stop dreaming. Do you know who His Highness the Crown Prince is? He's even more powerful than King Carefree. He's going to be the successor to the throne. Do you think you're worthy? AI. More sighs could be heard. It seemed that marrying the unfettered king or marrying Dugu Shengjian was an incomparably happy and glorious thing for countless women. And yet, in Jin Luoying's heart, there was one person who couldn't compare to either of them. And that person was none other than Ling Xiao. If she had to marry someone, she would rather marry a peerless genius like Ling Xiao than join the king's mansion. What a bunch of idiots. Do they really think that marrying into the king's mansion is going to be a good thing? If they knew what King Carefree did to those women, they wouldn't be so excited. Listening to the discussions around him, Jin 18 felt deeply anxious for the intelligence of these women. There's no need to get angry, Falling Moon said. They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. How could they possibly know so much? Smiling, Falling Moon said, the troops are getting closer. Should we make a move? Wait a bit longer, Sword 18th said nervously. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to save his daughter. Chapter 32:16. Attack. I'll attack King Carefree and distract them. You help me save Sakura, Sword 18th said, and then he shot forward. All of a sudden, the bridal procession came to a stop. Everyone watched as a figure lunged toward King Carefree. This person's speed was extremely fast, and his impact was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of King Carefree. Do you need me to help, Uncle King? Dugu Shangjian said, looking at Sword 18th with disinterest. There's no need for that. Today is my wedding day. I can't believe someone would try to assassinate me. King Carefree leaped off his 7-colored jade horse and flew toward Sword 18th. Not only was he not afraid of an assassination attempt, he even took the initiative. Bam! 2 swords slammed into each other in midair. Sword light shot out in all directions, and a series of booms rang out. While everyone was focused on the fight, Falling Moon finally made her move. In the blink of an eye, she was inside the bridal sedan chair. Sword 18's face lit up with delight. If he could save Jin Sakura, he could think of a way to escape. All he had to do was hold off the pursuers. Are you happy? Too bad you're going to be disappointed. King Carefree looked at Sword 18th with a smile. Before Sword 18th could understand what he meant, he saw Falling Moon flying backward, blood spraying out of her mouth. Of all the people who could injure her, at the very least, were sword sages. After all, she was a 3rd division life-sizer. Sword 18th, run. We've been tricked. It was a trap. Falling Moon shouted as she retreated. That's not Jin Sakura in the sedan chair. Even as she spoke, she disappeared into the crowd. By this point, the sedan chair had already been destroyed by the fight between the two. Now, the occupants were revealed. Crown Princess. Shockingly, the Crown Princess was sitting in the sedan chair. Sword 18th, I knew someone would come to save Jin Sakura, but I never would have guessed it would be you too. Tell me, what's going on here? How did you escape from the bloodthirsty sword barrow? Dugu Shangjian laughed heartily, but then his expression turned unsightly. He was laughing because his plan had worked. His expression was ugly because he had seen 2 people he shouldn't have seen. Sword 18 didn't flee. Since his surprise attack had failed, he could only stall for time. He landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Shangjian. Do you want to know? It was actually very simple. Someone destroyed the bloodthirsty sword mound, and we escaped. Bullshit. No one in this world can destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb, and no one can escape from Sword God City. Dugu Shangjian shouted. You've seen the truth, yet you still refuse to believe it? In this world, perhaps most people can't do such a thing, but there is one person who can. Sword 18 sneered. Who? You know him. Impossible. Could it be him? Dugu Shangjian immediately thought of Ling Xiao. Of all the people he had met, only Ling Xiao was an opponent that he could not let go of. It seems you guessed right, Sword 18 sneered. That's right. It's him, the Emperor of the Kingdom of the 8 Immortals, the future destroyer of the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao. What's interesting is that you fought him at the entrance of the bloodthirsty sword mound, and yet you didn't recognize him? Sword 18 sneered. So that Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. How hateful. If I'd known, I would never have let him into the bloodthirsty sword mound alive. Ever since his breakthrough, Dugu Shangjian had always wanted to get revenge on Ling Xiao. And yet, Ling Xiao had walked right in front of him, and he hadn't recognized him. What a failure. Why are there only you, Falling Moon, and Ling Xiao here? Dugu Shangjian asked. Speaking of which, why don't you worry about Sword God City and your imperial father? Ling Xiao and the 10,000 life seizers who were released from the bloodthirsty sword mound are causing havoc in Sword God City. Sword 18 chuckled. In order to buy time, it didn't matter what Dugu Shangjian asked, Sword 18 answered truthfully. He guessed that if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong left Sword God City, they would definitely rush over here. The more time he could buy, the more hope he had. Them? Dugu Shangjian said coldly. I bet they're all dead by now. Dugu Shangjian sneered. You don't understand how terrifying my father is? Oh, really? I have a feeling he'll show up soon. Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? Don't lose to him again. If you do, you won't even have a chance to escape. The only thing that awaits you is death. Sword 18 continued. So, you're waiting for Ling Xiao. Fine. I won't kill you. I'll capture you alive and beat you half to death. Then I'll wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Dugu Shangjian had never planned to fight Sword 18, considering how boring it was. But right now, he wanted to vent his frustrations. Sorry, Uncle Wong, Sword 18 said. I'll borrow your opponent for a moment. With that, he leaped into the air. Like a god descending to the mortal world, the onlookers burst into cheers. Both men and women were screaming. Men worshipped his strength, his talent, his power, and his status. Women worshipped everything about him. Falling Moon, this is between me and Dugu Shangjian. Don't interfere. Leave quickly. Sword 18 said loudly. He took out his long sword and pointed it at Dugu Shangjian. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he couldn't avoid this battle for his daughter. Among the crowd, Falling Moon had retracted all of her aura. But she didn't run away. Instead, she was searching for Jian Luoying. The crown princess was sitting in the sedan, but Jian Luoying must be in the group. Otherwise, there was no point in sending the bride away. She didn't leave after hearing Sword 18's words. No matter what, she had to rescue Jian Luoying. She couldn't let Sword 18 die in vain. She knew very well that Sword 18 was no match for Dugu Shangjian, so she had to be faster. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dugu Shangjian and Sword 18. That gave Falling Moon the best opportunity. Sword 18 was much older than Dugu Shangjian. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dugu Shangjian's, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. As a veteran of the demonic dragon sword court, he naturally had his own pride. The moment he held his long sword, he was like an unsheathed sword. His aura was sharp to the extreme. Who's that? I've never seen him before. Sword 18 hadn't left his residence for over 100 years, so very few people knew him. I don't know, but he looks very strong. Will His Highness be all right? Nonsense. Who do you think His Highness is? How could he lose to a nobody? Chapter 32:17. The appearance of Sword 18th had piqued everyone's interest. Wasn't it fun to challenge the Crown Prince? Of course, most of them wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and how he would be defeated by the Crown Prince. I'll give you a chance, Sword 18th. Join the Sword Dynasty. That way, you and your daughter can be reunited. Otherwise, you should know what my royal uncle is capable of. Your daughter, Jian Luoying, is in his hands, and will be begging for death. Heh. Don't expect Ling Xiao to come save you. Even if he does, he's not a match for me. Dugu Shangjian's words were filled with mockery. He loved to see people angry and in pain. It gave him a lot of pleasure. He was already pissed off at Ling Xiao, and now he wanted to start with Sword 18th. After all, Sword 18th was Ling Xiao's master. However, Sword 18th's expression wasn't as unsightly as Dugu Shangjian had expected. Of course, Sword 18th knew exactly what Dugu Shangjian was talking about. Join the Sword Dynasty? Was that even possible? Compromising with the enemy would only result in one becoming neither a human nor a ghost. His eldest brother, Jin Dragonslayer, was a perfect example of that. Since he had already expected this, how could he lose control of his emotions because of this? Don't tell me you're all talk, Dugu Shangjian? Sword 18th chuckled coldly, unleashing the true energy of a 3rd division life-sizer. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions. Oh, 3rd division life-sizer? You're actually stronger than that piece of trash Lan Mei devil. But is that going to work? Dugu Shangjian said disdainfully. I'm not done yet, Sword 18th said. There are some things I never planned to use. But for my daughter, I have to. Sword 18th waved his hand, and a pitch-black pill appeared in his hand. The pill emitted a very unpleasant aura, like that of a fiend. A wretch devil possession pill? I can't believe you have something like that. Dugu Shangjian frowned, then chuckled coldly. If you use the wretch devil possession pill, you'll be 10 times as strong as before. But I'm afraid that the price is also huge. As far as I know, this medicine is extremely poisonous. After using it, one's body would be corroded by lethal poison. Even though one wouldn't die, one's cultivation would plummet, and one's body would be paralyzed. In order to save your daughter, you really went all out. But is it worth it? Sword 18th didn't say anything as the wretch devil possession pill entered his body. His skin was gradually turning black. Strange black runes appeared in his eyes. Ugly tattoos also appeared on his face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. But at the same time, his aura also increased tenfold, becoming even more powerful. The effect of this pill was very similar to Ling Xiao's Bloody Rat Demon. Although it wasn't as crazy as the Bloody Rat Demon, the side effects seemed to be even greater and more serious. As long as I can kill you, so what if I, the 18th sword, become a real demon? For the sake of his daughter, he had no choice but to fight. He didn't know if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong could leave Sword God City alive. Right now, he was the only one who could save his daughter. With that, he did not waste any time. With a flick of his sword, he launched an attack. The wretched devil possession pill only lasted for a limited amount of time, and he couldn't afford to waste it. After all, he had no idea when the side effects of the pill would cause him to collapse. He held nothing back. Sword 18th Sword was using nearly 100% of his power. He had already cut off all means of retreat and had no way out. Unless he died, he wouldn't back down. Sword 18th Sword was already incredibly strong, and now that he was 10 times as strong, he was almost as strong as a 4th division life-sizer. He blurred into motion, like a ghost or a devil. The onlookers couldn't even tell if he was real or not. What terrifying speed! Since he dared to challenge His Highness the Crown Prince, he's not completely hopeless. I can't even follow him with my eyes. He's so fast. Not even Devil Paragon Lon Mei Devil can compare to him. Everyone was stupefied. The 18th Sword had given them too much of a surprise. Moments ago, they had assumed that Sword 18th Sword wouldn't be a match for His Highness the Crown Prince. But now, it seemed that even the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. Sword of Gravity. 100,000 times gravity. Sword 18th Sword unleashed a martial soul attack as he closed in on Dugu Shengjian. His martial soul was the same as Sword Sakura's, a martial soul of gravity. Instantly, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the ground, causing streams of black energy to swirl around him. Even the ground beneath him began to sink in. Meanwhile, Dugu Shengjian was falling toward the ground. So, that's your martial soul, huh? Yang Qi said. That said, a person's strength isn't determined by their martial soul. As Dugu Shengjian fell, a cold smile could be seen on his face. A sword martial soul appeared behind him. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. He waved it toward the ground. As the sword energy passed through it, it was as if the gravitational force had been severed, making it completely ineffective against Dugu Shengjian. It doesn't matter how you struggle, Sword 18th, Dugu Shengjian said. It's useless. Let me show you what a true sword god looks like. Now that he was free of the gravitational force, Dugu Shengjian poured his true energy into his sword. Then he stabbed it out. Monarchy Gemin Sword. Sword cleaves Xuanwu Prefecture. As soon as the sword stabbed out, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The ground shook continuously. Xiaoyao King's rainbow jade horse was frightened out of its wits and was quickly stored in his beast ring. The cracks on the ground continued to extend as the sword energy soared through the air. The trees on both sides of the road were swept into the sword energy and completely crushed. Boom! Sword 18th swung his sword and blocked Dugu Shengjian's sword energy. However, in that instant, Sword 18th, who had been closing in on Dugu Shengjian, was pushed back several hundred meters. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a very bad situation. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he couldn't get close to Dugu Shengjian. Dugu Shengjian was clearly toying with him. Damn it! Is the gap between us really that big? I can't even get close to him after using the demonic possession pill. Sword 18th's arm was still trembling violently. Dugu Shengjian's attack was too powerful. Whether it was the power or the accuracy, it was breathtaking. The people in the bridal procession burst into cheers. The onlookers also shouted excitedly. They were all fans of Dugu Shengjian, the crown prince. When they saw Dugu Shengjian push back the demonic Sword 18th, they were naturally excited. Did you see that? That's the crown prince's strength. Who in the world can be his match? That's right. It seems that the rumors are false. Everyone said that the crown prince lost to a guy called Ling Xiao. It's probably just a rumor. Chapter 32:18. What bullshit, Ling Xiao? I don't know where this clown came from. He probably made up such rumors to raise his status. It's not like this hasn't happened before. In the end, the person who spread the rumors was killed in one move by His Highness the Crown Prince. He was of no help at all. Yes. Dugu Shengjian was naturally pleased to hear this discussion. So much so that even he himself felt that his defeat to Ling Xiao was completely fake. He's no match for Ling Xiao, right? Empress Lan looked at Lan Mimi. It has nothing to do with us. Whether it's Ling Xiao or Duga Shengjian, they must die. The demonic dragon golem has already accumulated 99% of its energy. Furthermore, during these 100 years, I have already turned the demonic dragon puppet into my own possession. Even if Dugu Shangjian is reborn, he won't be able to take it away. With the demonic dragon golem, Dugu Shangjian, Ling Xiao, and even Dugu Beijian won't be my match. Lan Mimi's eyes flickered with madness. Giving the demonic dragon golem to Dugu Shangjian was only a temporary measure. She wasn't stupid enough to follow him to Sword God City. Once she got there, she would have nothing left. At this moment, Sword Sakura, who was hidden somewhere, could clearly see the battle situation in the distance. Looking at her father's current state, which was neither a human nor a ghost, she was very sad. She cried bitterly. Her father was willing to turn into a demon for her, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even send a message to him. No one would have expected her to be in this place. Even she herself did not expect that she would be trapped here. Although she could see what was happening outside, she couldn't transmit her voice. Father, let's go. It's useless. They've already planned everything. It's useless no matter who comes. She kept screaming, but it was still useless. At the same time, Lan Yu's brows were tightly knitted. After searching for a long time, she couldn't detect any trace of Sword Sakura's aura. This didn't make sense. Could it be that Sword Sakura wasn't in the team at all? Capture someone and interrogate them. Lan Yu finally decided to take action. She couldn't wait any longer. On the other side, Sword 18 attacked 7 or 8 times and was repelled 7 or 8 times. Jin 18 was putting his life on the line, but Dugu Shangjian was clearly toying with him. It was to make him completely paralyzed under the effects of the demonic possession pill. Boom. Once again, Sword 18 was knocked back several hundred meters. Blood was even dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, he still did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As long as the effects of the pill were not completely gone, he would have to continue attacking. No matter what, he could not give up. After all, his daughter had not been rescued yet. Dugu Shangjian couldn't help but yawn. How boring. You keep saying you want to save your daughter, but you can't even cross a few hundred meters. TSK. Looks like the effects of your medicinal pills seem to be continuously declining. Dugu Shangjian mocked and mocked. As expected, the gap is still too big. It's useless even if I make a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Lan Mimi secretly shook her head. She was glad that her plan was right. She had placed her hopes on the demonic dragon puppet instead of increasing her cultivation. Otherwise, even if she had made a breakthrough like Sword 18, it would have been pointless. At this moment, she suddenly felt a murderous intent. Just as she was about to do something, she realized that a sharp sword was already pressed against her back. Don't move. Don't shout. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you. Of course, the person holding Lan Mimi hostage was none other than Falling Moon. Since she couldn't find Jin Sakura, she had no choice but to take the risk. Off to the side, Empress Lan Machin noticed what was happening, but didn't dare to say a word. After all, she knew that doing so would get her mother killed. What are you doing? Lan Mimi asked. Simple. Tell me where Jin Sakura is. Falling Moon said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Machin laughed. Why did you have to resort to this? Jin Sakura is in the bridal procession. Don't bullshit me. I don't have time to waste on you. One more word of bullshit, and I'll kill you. Yin Yu's sword was sent forward. Lan Meima's body had already been pierced open. As a 3rd division life-sizer, Falling Moon was much stronger than Lan Mimi, who was in the 2nd division. Naturally, she had her reasons for holding Lan Mimi hostage. If I tell you, you won't kill me? Lan Mimi mocked. Suddenly, she moved. At the same time, Falling Moon's sword stabbed into Lan Mimi's heart. A blood-curdling scream rang out. It wasn't Lan Mimi's, but rather a martial artist from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Lan Mimi's heart was pierced, but she didn't seem affected at all. Puppet substitution, Falling Moon frowned. I didn't think you'd get your hands on a puppet substitution. Jian Fulong really treats you well. Don't mention that old bastard in front of me. He only gave me the secret manual on puppet substitution, but didn't teach me how to use it. I spent over 100 years cultivating it and only recently succeeded. Most people only have one life, but I have 9. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Lan Mimi sneered. All I have to do is call out, and you'll be surrounded. You're just a sword sage, but the Crimson Jewel Guard and the Crown Princess have 5 sword sages. You're not a match for them. What exactly are you trying to do? Falling Moon asked, confused. If Lan Mimi wanted to call for help, she could have done so immediately. Simple. I want Dugu Shengjian dead, Lan Mimi said with a smile. I'll tell you the truth. Dugu Shengjian has Sword Sakura in his possession. If you can kill him, you'll be able to see it. Devil Dragon Puppet? Falling Moon said, shocked. Oh, what a clever woman. She's as smart as I am. You're right. Sword Sakura is trapped in the Devil Dragon Puppet. After all, the blood of Sword 18th flows in her veins, and Sword 18th and Jian Fulong are brothers. Her blood is the only way to activate the Devil Dragon Puppet. Smiling, Lan Mimi said, why aren't you going to save her? If you don't, you won't have another chance. What a vicious woman. Falling Moon glared at Lan Mimi before disappearing into the darkness again. On the other side, the side effects of the demonic possession pill finally erupted. Sword 18th suddenly fell to the ground in the middle of his flight. Dugu Shengjian laughed maniacally and walked toward him. What? Out of strength? You're really boring. I thought you could last for a while longer. His foot landed on Sword 18th's body, his eyes full of contempt and mockery. However, right at that moment, Sword 18 suddenly leaped into the air. His sword pierced through Dugu Shengjian's body. Dugu Shengjian hurriedly retreated in fright. His abdomen was already bleeding. Your Highness. Chapter 32:19. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. King Carefree roared. Sword 18th had faked an injury and had stabbed Dugu Shengjian with his sword. Howling with rage, he lunged forward. Stay your hand. The one who stopped Unfettered King was Dugu Shengjian. He's mine, Uncle King. Dugu Shengjian's face was as grim as could be. In a moment of carelessness, he had been injured by Sword 18th. It was a complete loss of face. Of course, the injury wasn't a big deal. Now that he was in the 4th division of the life-seizing level, his sage body was even stronger than before. At that moment, his wound was already healing. Soon, the bleeding would stop, and the wound would become smaller and smaller. What's the point of all this scheming, Sword 18th? Dugu Shengjian said. In the end, it's all for naught. Dugu Shengjian walked slowly toward Sword 18th, his face a mask of cold killing intent. You pissed me off, so I don't plan on letting you live. Now, die. Although Sword 18th had been injured by the explosion, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The wretched devil possession pill only lasted a bit more than 10 minutes. Now, it was almost time. Although there were no major side effects, his body was clearly getting weaker. So, it's still useless? I can't even protect my own daughter. I, Sword 18th, really am useless. Sword 18th threw his head back and sighed in agony. He had already gone all out. He had used the wretched devil possession pill and had even faked an injury. But in the end, he had only managed to injure Dugu Shengjian. The gap between them was too big, too big. Whack! Dugu Shengjian slapped Sword 18th across the face, sending him flying backward. If he had killed Sword 18th so easily, it would have been too boring. He wanted to torture him to death, right in front of Jian Luoying. Sword 18th crawled to his feet, blood oozing out of his mouth, but his eyes were as unyielding as ever. I'm useless, Luoying. I can't save you, but I won't admit defeat. Although he knew he was on the verge of death, he still glared at Dugu Shengjian and didn't even fling his sword away. Can you still stand up? You're quite tenacious. Unfortunately, your tenacity will only lead to a more terrifying end. Whack! Dugu Shengjian sent Sword 18th flying again. At this time, even some of the onlooking warriors could not bear to watch. Let's just kill him. He's too pitiful. Humph. He was the one who wanted to challenge the crown prince. He deserves to be tortured. There were those who sympathized with Sword 18, but there were also those who disdained him. Many people liked this kind of scene very much. To them, it was a kind of enjoyment to see their idols take care of those who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Look, he's standing up again. Does that person have an immortal body? By this point, Sword 18th was covered in blood and swaying back and forth. However, he didn't collapse. Relying on his tenacious will, he once again rose to his feet. Give me back my daughter, Sword 18 bellowed. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what was there to be afraid of? If you have the ability, then come and save me. Ha ha ha. Dugu Shangjian's injuries had already healed. The recovery ability of a saint physique was not just for show. When he saw Sword 18's expression, he felt indescribably refreshed and began to laugh maniacally. Father, don't stand up again. Don't. Jian Luoying felt like her heart was about to shatter as she watched her father being struck down again and again, wounded again and again. She had lost her mother when she was young. It was her father who raised her painstakingly. Her father's kindness was greater than the heavens. She knew that her father didn't want to give up on saving her, but if this continued, her father would really die. Unfortunately, her voice could not reach Sword 18's ears no matter how hard she tried. Even if it did, would Sword 18 really give up? Of course not. Dugu Shangjian, unless you kill me, I won't give up. I won't. My daughter, I must save her. Sword 18 roared and rushed toward Dugu Shangjian. His body was already in tatters, and a large amount of blood flowed out along the way. Many people cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? Hurry up and die. Don't dirty the crown prince's clothes. That's right. There's something wrong with his head. He knows he's no match for Dugu Shangjian, yet he insists on charging at him. Even if he wants to die, that's not the way to do it. How disgusting. Your Highness, kill him. Don't let me see someone like him again. He's such a piece of trash. Such voices rose and fell in the crowd. Although many people sympathized with Sword 18's situation, they were helpless. Dugu Shangjian had even more die-hard fans. When Yinyu, who was hiding in the dark, heard those words, her face darkened to the extreme. In her eyes, Sword 18 was a true hero. No one could insult his pride. As a result, many corpses suddenly appeared in the crowd. Those vicious words instantly quieted down. Some people were killed, while others were scared stiff. They knew that Sword 18 should have an accomplice, and that accomplice was very powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luoying was already sobbing hysterically. Her voice was about to go hoarse. She would rather die than see her father being tortured like this in order to save her. The warm scenes of the past flashed through her mind. However, the scene in front of her cruelly tore those scenes apart. No, I don't want you to die. Let me out. Let me out. Even though her voice was hoarse and she knew that no one outside could hear her, she still screamed with all her might. Only then could she seek a trace of peace. Let me tell you something good. Your daughter is inside the demonic dragon puppet in my storage ring. She could clearly see everything that was happening outside, including how you're being tortured and how you die. Isn't that interesting? Dugu Shangjian looked at the swaying Sword 18 and didn't even try to dodge. He allowed the sword to stab into his body. Sword 18 didn't even have the strength to stab his sword into Dugu Shangjian. Luoying. A trace of clarity appeared in Sword 18's blood-red eyes. Don't despair, Luoying. Even if your father is dead, Ling Xiao will come to save you. You must hold on and wait for him. Since he knew where his daughter was, there were some things he had to say. Ling Xiao? You're still thinking about him? How laughable. He's probably already been killed by my father and turned into an ice-cold corpse. Dugu Shangjian frowned. He hated hearing Ling Xiao's name the most. Ling Xiao had become his true inner demon. No, he'll definitely come. He definitely will. He can do what you can't do, Dugu Shangjian. You don't deserve to be called a genius, much less an expert. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. You don't have the courage to challenge anyone stronger than you, but my disciple Ling Xiao is different. Even if it's your father, he still dares to fight and can fight. You don't even have the right to clean his shoes. Chapter 32:20. Dugu Shangjian, you're not even fit to clean my disciple Ling Zhao's shoes. You're nothing but a cowardly piece of trash. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Good, very good. I'll tear your mouth off first and see if you can still speak. Dugu Shangjian's gaze turned cold and sinister. He suddenly reached for Sword 18's mouth. At this moment, a cold sword light pierced out from the darkness. It was as bright as the moonlight in the dark night. Dugu Shangjian frowned and hastily retracted his hand. He could sense that the attack had the power to sever his arm. 9 Defying Falling Moon. Dugu Shangjian saw the person who'd saved Sword 18. You shouldn't have intervened. Sword 18 smiled wryly. If I watch you die, Ling Xiao will blame me. Yin Yu smiled, her face also having a resolute expression. Jin Luoying was inside the demonic dragon puppet. If she couldn't kill Dugu Shangjian, she wouldn't be able to save Jin Luoying. Therefore, she decided to save Sword 18 instead. Although she knew she wasn't his match, she couldn't just watch him die. He was Ling Zhao's master. Both of you must die. Dugu Shangjian suddenly swung his sword. A terrifying beam of white light swept out. Falling Moon blocked with all her might, but the two were still blasted away. Falling to the ground, they spat out a mouthful of blood and paled. Run. Sword 18 pushed Falling Moon. It's no use. He's too strong. Even if we work together, we're no match for him. Run? Do you think you can? Dugu Shangjian arrived in front of the two in an instant and stabbed both Falling Moon and Sword 18 at the same time. Blood flowed down the blade. Both of them had bitter smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Jin Luoying's heart trembled, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Ling Xiao, come here. Come here. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to pray for Ling Xiao to appear. Only Ling Xiao could change all of this. At this moment, Dugu Shangjian was slowly pulling his sword out of the two people's bodies. As he did so, he twisted it. It hurts, doesn't it? I know I can't kill you with this strike, but it's fine. This is just the beginning. You've offended the authority of Heavenly Sword Hall, so you should suffer the cruelest punishment in this world. Not only will you die, but your families and relatives will all die as well. You won't be alone. Falling Moon and Sword 18 felt an incomparably terrifying pain in their bodies, but of their minds, they didn't cry. Even if they were to die to Dugu Shangjian. Of their lives. Of their lives. Suddenly, a cold sneer of Moon of Yu's face. You think you of s you ofs? Where ofs of the ofs of this? Of the of the of the of the of the of shangs of earth. Of the s if there is retribution in this world. My of the Dugu family would have long entered the 18 levels of hell. Unfortunately, in the entire Heavenly Sword dynasty, no one has the qualifications to contend with my of the Dugu family. Your sneer is but a struggle before death. Do you think I will be angry? I won't be angry with a dead person. Dugu Shangjian said he wasn't angry, but the sword hilt in his hand twisted fiercely. It's not that the time has not come. You said that no one can impose heavenly punishment on your of the Dugu family. Wrong. There is one person who can. Falling Moon said coldly. Who? Dugu Shangjian asked. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. Dugu Shangjian's brows furrowed. Who does he think he is? He merely beat me once by luck. No, he didn't even beat me at all. In that battle, it was actually him who fled first. Therefore, the victor was not decided. Who does he think he is? He is the true powerhouse. From his strength to his heart, he is incomparably powerful. If it were you, would you dare to enter the bloodthirsty sword mound to save your friends? If it were you, would you dare to barge into Sword God City alone? Falling Moon said loudly. What a joke. That is merely the courage of an ignorant fool. It is not worthy of praise. Dugu Shangjian said disdainfully. Since the day the bloodthirsty sword mound was established, no one has ever been able to barge in and come out alive. As for you all, it was probably my imperial father who showed mercy and deliberately let you all come out to die. In Sword God City, no one has ever caused trouble there and still been able to walk out alive. No need to nag about your Ling Xiao. He is already dead. Is that so? Falling Moon said mockingly, do you believe such words yourself? Don't forget, Ling Xiao is always an unexpected existence. So many people barged into the Ice Exalt's forbidden area, but in the end, only he obtained the Ice Exalt catalog. Could this be just a coincidence? You led 1,000,000 mighty troops to attack the Dragon Elephant tribe, but were defeated by him. Could this be just a coincidence? Dugu Shangjian, a so-called proud son of heaven, like you has only become arrogant because you have never encountered a true opponent. Today, it doesn't matter if Sword 18 and I die, but don't worry, you will soon go down to accompany us. And this time won't be too long. Even if he doesn't die, you all can forget about seeing him. Dugu Shangjian's eyes became even colder. For some reason, when he heard Ling Xiao's name, he felt uncomfortable all over and even felt a trace of fear. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I originally wanted to play a little longer, but now my mood is suddenly bad. Since you all said that Ling Xiao will come, then I will cut off your heads and hang them on the flagpole of the bridal procession, waiting for him to come. Do you really think that I, Dugu Shangjian, am afraid of that Ling Xiao? Simply laughable. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out his long sword and looked at the dark red blood on the blade. This sword only pierced through your abdomens. The next sword strike will chop off your heads. Are you ready? You don't need to scare us. We came here today with no intention of leaving alive. Sword 18 was already unable to speak, but Falling Moon could still speak. But you'd better remember that if we die, you won't be far from death either. Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This gaze made Dugu Shangjian very uncomfortable. He was the crown prince, the dignified sword divine. What right did a mere person about to die have to look down on him? Your Highness, kill her. Kill that woman. She's the one who ambushed us just now. In the crowd, Dugu Shangjian's diehard fans finally became active again. Those who still had a conscience slowly retreated and separated from the crowd. They didn't want to wallow in the mire with this group of lunatics. Did you hear the crowd's cries? Dugu Shangjian mocked. You flaunt yourselves as righteous, but in the eyes of the majority, House Dugu represents justice. You are all traitors and traitors that everyone has the right to punish. Chapter 32-21. Despair filled Jian Luoying's haggard face. As for Sword 18th and Falling Moon, they looked regretful. Although they weren't afraid of death, there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, there was nothing they could do. Sensing the terrifying sharpness of Dugu Shangjian's sword, the two of them closed their eyes. Despair, helplessness, unwillingness, all sorts of emotions mixed together, creating a complex scene. Die! A roar came out of Dugu Shangjian's mouth. The holy sword's blade was already about to cut Falling Moon's neck. Whoosh! Bam! In that moment of imminent peril, a beam of sword light shot out of nowhere, knocking Dugu Shangjian's sword out of his hand. Who's there? Dugu Shangjian cautiously picked up the sword and looked around. However, the sword light was so strange that no one could tell where it came from. He's here. Yet Falling Moon cried out excitedly. He's finally here. Sword 18th's voice was hoarse, and although it wasn't clear, it was filled with excitement. Is that Ling Xiao? Jian Luoying stopped crying and stared blankly. She couldn't see anyone. No one can save you. Dugu Shangjian roared, then slashed at Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, this sword strike was once again blocked and sent flying. Don't you get it? He's here. Ling Xiao is here. Your end is here. Falling Moon looked coldly at Dugu Shangjian, a gratified smile on her face. Although she and Sword 18th were both seriously injured, as long as they weren't dead, they would be fine. In terms of medical skills, there was no one in the Black Tortoise continent who could match up to Ling Xiao. Look over there. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Off in the distance, two figures were speeding in their direction, so fast that it was almost impossible to see them. Dugu Shangjian finally caught sight of the two figures. His expression flickered. Of the auras released by those two people, one was on par with him, while the other was much stronger. He felt as if he were on the same level as his father, the emperor. How was this possible? How could the Sword Dynasty have such powerful martial artists? As far as he could remember, other than his father, no one else in the Sword Dynasty had ever reached the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. His face was incomparably gloomy and even a little frightened. Could it be, as Falling Moon said, that his retribution had come? Could it be someone from the Ice Dynasty? The Ice Dynasty was one of the 9 supremes that bordered the Sword Dynasty. However, they were much stronger than the Sword Dynasty. However, this was the center of Sword Dynasty, and it would take at least a month to reach the border. Even a peak 4th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to get there in less than a month. Why did these people come to the Sword Dynasty? Could it be that he had seen through Imperial Father's plan? Or was it because of the ancient divine tombs? He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was one of the two. Although Ling Xiao was not weak, he was definitely not that strong. However, just as he was in a daze, the 2 black dots rapidly enlarged. Almost at the same time, they arrived in front of him. When he saw the young, handsome, and arrogant young man, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao, how is this even possible? Dugu Shangjian was thrown into a state of complete confusion. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice his loss of composure. Instead, he strode towards Sword 18th and Falling Moon. Sorry, I'm late. Ling Xiao looked at the wounds on Falling Moon and Sword 18th and felt a bit guilty. If they hadn't wasted so much time in Sword God City, they wouldn't have ended up like this. No, you're not late, Falling Moon said. As long as we're alive, that's enough. Falling Moon smiled. Enough talking, Yangqi said. Here's a healing pill. Take it. Ling Xiao produced a healing pill and gave it to Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, it was at this point that King Carefree, who had no idea what was going on, did something incredibly stupid. Where did this brat come from? How dare he steal food from the tiger's mouth? He didn't even ask who Ling Xiao was. Instead, he leaped into the air and stabbed his sword toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look back. Instead, he stood with his back to King Carefree, almost as if he didn't see what was happening. That brat must be stupid. He actually dared to save someone that His Highness the Crown Prince wants to kill. He must be another reckless fool. He'll end up like that man and woman. However, before they could finish their words, a person was cleaved into 2 halves in the sky. It was King Carefree. This vicious man who had once defiled countless young girls finally received his retribution today. What killed him was only Ling Xiao's hand. A hand that was like a divine weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the terrifying sword Qi tore King Carefree's body apart. King Carefree didn't even have time to scream before he was finished. What? The people who were making a racket all shut their mouths. They didn't expect that youth to be so powerful. Damn that Ling Xiao. He's getting stronger and stronger. Looks like it's absolutely impossible to defeat him without using the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi was incomparably furious. Every time she saw Ling Xiao, she would find that Ling Xiao was stronger than before. He was so strong that it made her despair. Mother, forget it. Let's not be enemies with that monster. He's too scary. Emperor Lan Meichen was also considered a genius in the past. However, after meeting Ling Xiao, he had been unlucky. He was also frightened by Ling Xiao's massacre in the Ice Supremacy's Forbidden Land. He still hadn't recovered from it. When he saw Ling Xiao, his body would involuntarily tremble. Trash. Lan Mimi sent Emperor Lan Meichen flying with a slap. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you too. After experiencing too much unhappiness, Lan Mimi's current state of mind was a little crazy. In the past, she was cruel to others. However, she was still very good to her children. However, it was different now. She had become even more perverted than before. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the situation here. Almost everyone was looking at Ling Xiao and that unfamiliar middle-aged man. Although Jian Fulong had been sealed for 200 years, other than his skin turning red, he hadn't aged. Therefore, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Is that really Ling Xiao? Could it be that he really destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and even escaped from Sword God City? The wedding procession was all frightened by Ling Xiao. The moment he made a move, he easily killed the top sword saint-level carefree king. This kind of strength, probably only a sword god-level expert could do it. What was going on? Jin Luoying, who was inside the demonic dragon puppet, looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Her originally tear-stained face finally bloomed with a smile. He's here. He really came. Although she hadn't seen Ling Xiao since Ling Xiao left the demonic dragon sword court. However, she had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's deeds in the outside world. Every time Ling Xiao performed a miracle, she would be greatly surprised and overjoyed. She didn't know when it started, but in her heart, Ling Xiao had become an omnipotent miracle child. After killing Carefree King, he gave the recovery pill to Yin Yu and Jian 18. Chapter 32-22. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Shengjian. Are you the one who left those wounds on their bodies? His voice was so cold that it was as if winter had arrived. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing cold. Those who were not strong enough could not help but tremble. Ling Xiao was furious. The consequences would be severe. The 18th sword was his master. Although he had several masters, each of them was like a father to him. Whoever dared to hurt his master touched his reverse scale. He would never let them go. Although they weren't sworn brothers, Lan Yu was a good comrade he recognized. A friend who went through life and death together. This included her, Bai Fong, Dragon Elephant, and Ba Dao. As long as Ling Xiao had the ability, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them. Hurting them was also touching his reverse scale. That's right. So what if I did it? Do you think I'm still the Dugu Shangjian you met in the Dragon Elephant tribe? Although Dugu Shangjian was intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura, he was someone who cared about his face. He couldn't lower his head at this moment. Good. Very good. Today, you hurt them so badly that I'll tear you to pieces. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Dugu Shangjian and said fiercely. Hearing this, Dugu Shangjian's die-hard fans started clamoring again. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten His Highness? His Highness, kill him. Kill that guy who dared to offend His Highness. These people were really retarded. They didn't know that Ling Xiao was different from the 18th sword. Ling Xiao couldn't rub sand into his eyes. This group of noisy idiots made him very angry. Shut up. He suddenly struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm wind struck the large group of people. This palm strike caused countless deaths and injuries. The clamor turned into moans, and excitement turned into fear. Devil. He's a devil. Some people shouted in horror and ran away. Some people trembled in fear and didn't dare to move. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in whether those people were dead or not. He looked at Dugu Shengjian again. Disciple, don't be impulsive. With your martial uncle here, that Dugu Shengjian won't be able to reach the heavens. After Sword 18 took the recovery pill, his condition improved rapidly, but because of the excessive blood loss, he was still very weak. However, he still struggled to shout at Ling Xiao. There's no need to trouble martial uncle. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The current Yu is still not Dugu Shengjian's match. He is too powerful. Even after using the demonic possession pill, I still couldn't injure him. It wasn't easy for him to feign injury and stab him, but now he was safe and sound again. He is not the unfettered king. The 18th blade stopped Ling Xiao purely out of concern. He didn't know what had happened in Sword God City, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao was fearless even when facing a sword god. Ling Xiao, listen to your master. Dugu Shangjian isn't someone you can deal with. His strength is beyond our imagination. Falling Moon also said, you heard it, right? Listen to what your master is saying, what your friend is saying. They are all very clear that you can't possibly be my match at all. Dugu Shengjian's originally somewhat flustered emotions quickly calmed down. Actually, as long as that mysterious middle-aged man didn't make a move, he had nothing to fear. Would Ling Xiao be his nightmare? Would Ling Xiao be the person to end the Sword Dynasty? What a joke. This was nothing more than the fantasy of Falling Moon and Sword 18. Perhaps in the future, Ling Xiao could really do it, but it was absolutely not today. Just right, looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, it was clear that he wanted to have a one-on-one battle with him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would kill Ling Xiao to eliminate future troubles. You guys don't need to say anymore. Let him go. That kid. Hee hee. Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 and Falling Moon and chuckled, but didn't say anything. Sword 18 and Falling Moon were a bit stunned, but since Jian Fulong said so, he must have his reasons. Then let's wait and see. Senior, how should I address you? Dugu Shengjian no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao, but turned his attention to Jian Fulong. Hee hee, this old man is Jian Fulong, the former Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Venerable, beautiful Devil Land's husband. Jian Fulong coldly laughed and revealed a heaven-shaking secret. Because his entire body had turned blood red, even beautiful Devil Lan couldn't recognize him just now. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. That old thing is actually not dead yet? Beautiful Devil Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, as long as one wasn't stupid, they would know that she and Dugu Beijian worked together to trap Jian Fulong. Now that Jian Fulong could see the light of day again, how could he let him go? The battle here had been going on for a long time, and the commotion was very big. Therefore, at this moment, not only were the Devil Dragon Sword Court's martial artists watching here, but there was also a large number of martial artists rushing over from the nearby cities. They all wanted to see who actually dared to rob the Sword God Hall's bridal escort team. And this bridal escort team was personally escorted by Dugu Shengjian, the Crown Prince. Senior, the marriage between our Sword God Hall and the Devil Dragon Sword Court is a good thing. I believe that Senior won't bully us juniors. Dugu Shengjian looked at Jian Fulong and frowned. If Jian Fulong made a move, he would definitely turn around and leave, abandoning everyone. He couldn't die here. This was his nature. Hee hee, you don't have to say so much nonsense. This old man won't interfere in today's matter. You young people can settle it yourselves. Jian Fulong said with a smile. All right, Senior's words are enough. Dugu Shengjian finally let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Yin Yu and Jian 18 said that you are their hope, my nightmare, and also the person who will make our Dugu clan suffer retribution. But in my opinion, you just had a fortuitous encounter and are an arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will prove it to them. After killing you, they should shut up. Have you fought with your father before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, we have. Why? Dugu Shengjian asked. How do you feel? Ling Xiao asked again. Father can't be defeated. His aptitude is 10 times better than mine. The stronger I become, the stronger he will be. Dugu Shengjian said. I've also fought with him before. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. In my opinion, he is just an outdated old man. In less than a month, I will be able to defeat him. Now, do you know what the biggest difference between us is? Confidence and ambition. In the end, you are just a golden bird in a cage. Although you are powerful, that's all there is to it. Since you said that I am a golden bird in a cage, then do you dare to make a bet with me today? Dugu Shengjian was still afraid of Jian Fulong, so he wanted Ling Xiao to give up on this strong support. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It is not up to you to decide whether to fight or not. Chapter 32-23. What an idiot, Dugu Swordmaster thought. That's exactly what I wanted. As long as Jian Fulong doesn't make a move, I, Dugu Swordmaster, am a sword god, and can kill you in a matter of minutes. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, bring it on. Let's see what gives you the right to be so arrogant in front of me. You're the arrogant one, aren't you, idiot? I really don't know where you get your confidence from, loser. Ling Xiao sneered. You'll find out soon enough. Without another word, Dugu's Swordmaster unleashed his sage body, causing white sage light to surround him. Standing there, he looked like a god from heaven descending into the mortal world. Countless gasps and sighs could be heard. This sage body is basically cheating. It has super strong defense and super recovery abilities. How is Ling Xiao supposed to fight him? That's right. It's as strong as a peak general class defensive technique. No martial technique in the Sword Dynasty can break through it. In any case, I don't believe that Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Shengjian. Me neither. Let's see how strong this Ling Xiao is. He actually dares to challenge Dugu Swordmaster one-on-one. All of the people who had just spoken were experts from nearby cities, including Life Caesars. Even they couldn't tell what Ling Xiao was going to rely on to fight Dugu Swordmaster. Facing Dugu Shangjian, who was at the level of a sword, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Although he had spoken disdainfully, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. The sword god Dugu Swordmaster was stronger than before and more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Yang Qi had no choice but to use his most powerful transformation. Ling Xiao's transformation was complete, and black armor covered his body. The black wings on his back made him look even more ferocious. His eyes shone with cold, killing intent and a brutal desire to do battle. What a powerful transformation! As of this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. After transforming, Ling Xiao's body emitted a terrifying aura that was almost equivalent to that of a sword god-level warrior. Even Jian Fulong was a little surprised. When he was in Sword God City, he didn't see Ling Xiao's strongest transformation. As expected, this brat still has trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. He had seen it for himself today. Ling Xiao had full confidence in dealing with Dugu Shangjian. Although the other party was indeed very strong, there was no need for him to be afraid of a defeated opponent. This battle with Dugu Shangjian was just a warm-up for Dugu Beijian. Kill. In the name of the holy body, Dugu Shangjian suddenly roared and attacked Ling Xiao. All that was left of that figure was a beam of brilliant white light. It was as if the holy light had descended from the heavens to punish Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it wasn't a ray of light that rushed towards him, but rather the sky. Dugu Shangjian was indeed worthy of being called a sword god. The pressure it brought was extremely powerful, as if a part of the sky was falling down. There was also a sharp killing intent in the sky. It wanted to completely destroy the enemy in front of it. The white light was so bright that the sword in Dugu Shangjian's hand could no longer be seen. However, Ling Xiao could feel the sharp killing intent. Holy sword art. Endless judgment. As soon as he attacked, Dugu Shangjian didn't hold back and used his most powerful sword art. He didn't even use the Emperor Overlord sword. Although the Emperor Overlord sword and the Holy Sword art were both mid-level general-level martial skills, the Holy Sword art was more compatible with the Holy Body, so its power was greater. Even if it was a 10-meter thick city wall, it would be easily pierced through by this sword. Whether it was strength, speed, or accuracy, they were all very close to perfection. Fenghua's sword made the surrounding martial artists cry out in alarm. In fact, in order to avoid being implicated, they had already moved far away. However, they could still feel the piercing pain brought by the sword qi. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. As expected, Dugu Shangjian is impossible to defeat at the moment. If he had used this sword to deal with me earlier, my head would have fallen to the ground. Jin 18 frowned. Big brother, are you sure my disciple is fine? He can't die. Don't worry. Although this attack is powerful, it's just child's play compared to Dugu Shangjian's attack. Jian Fulong smiled and said, doesn't Ling Xiao have the Golden Phoenix incarnation? Even if he is hit, it's nothing. Don't you know his life-saving ability? Hearing this, Jian 18 breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao not only had the Golden Phoenix incarnation, but also a very powerful movement technique. As long as he used it properly, avoiding Dugu Shangjian's brazen attack was absolutely no problem. However, at this moment, he saw Ling Xiao take out the Sky Demon sword. He doesn't plan to dodge. 18 swordsmen jumped in fright. This child is too bold. However, at this moment, no matter how worried and nervous he was, it was meaningless, because it was impossible for him to stop it. Even Jian Fulong couldn't help Ling Xiao. This made Jian Fulong frown slightly. Was Ling Xiao really planning to take this attack head-on? It was very unwise. That's right, Ling Xiao didn't plan to dodge. In a battle, there was always a reward. This Dugu Shangjian was the key to his cultivation to continue improving. What was there to dodge? His black tortoise divine body was much stronger than Dugu Shangjian's saint body. Boom! Dugu Shangjian's attack finally hit Ling Xiao. No, to be precise, it hit the Sky Demon sword that Ling Xiao swung out. Die! Dugu Shangjian roared. and his power crazily poured out. The light of the saint's sword was incomparably bright. Bang! A figure was sent flying out of the sword light and slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. It's over? This Ling Xiao is too useless. He dares to challenge the crown prince like this? You think you can do it? Can you block the crown prince's sword? Hee hee, of course I can't block it, but I'm not stupid enough to challenge the crown prince. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly shot out from the big pit on the ground like a shooting star. Emperor Overlord Sword. Sword cleaves the black tortoise state. His speed was even faster than Dugu Shengjian's. Therefore, Dugu Shengjian could only block and not dodge. Dugu Shengjian, who also suffered a heavy blow, was sent flying and slammed into the demonic beast behind him, smashing it into pieces. Oh my god, what's going on? Ling Xiao clearly took that attack head-on. Why does it seem like he's fine? Yeah, he even sent the crown prince flying. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has the strength of a sword body? The onlookers were stunned. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too shocking. They all knew that Dugu Shengjian was strong, but how could Ling Xiao be so strong? Maybe the rumors are true. Maybe Ling Xiao really defeated Dugu Shengjian in the Dragon Elephant tribe. Nonsense, let's continue watching. It's useless to talk more. Chapter 32-24. Just like Ling Xiao, Dugu Shengjian also had a special body, and his defense was terrifyingly strong. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his brows furrowed. He had used almost 90% of his strength in that attack just now, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This opponent really surprised him. Well, it seems that you have also cultivated some special defensive martial arts. In that case, let's see whose defense is stronger. After saying that, Dugu Shengjian attacked again. He bent his legs and suddenly jumped up. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Kill! This voice came from Ling Xiao and Dugu Shengjian almost at the same time. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. The Sky Demon Sword and the Holy Sword collided, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Go to hell. Suddenly, Dugu Shengjian waved his left arm and punched Ling Xiao's head. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao's left hand also hit Dugu Shengjian's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. Dugu Shengjian felt that he didn't hit a person, but an iron wall. Ling Xiao also felt that he didn't hit a person, but a body of steel. Damn, what kind of battle is this? The people who were watching the show were stunned. It's fine that Dugu Shengjian has a holy body, but what is Ling Xiao's body made of? Is it so hard? Amidst their exclamations, Ling Xiao and Dugu Shengjian had already collided dozens of times in the air. Their fists rained down on each other's bodies. It turned out that they were competing to see whose body was stronger. After dozens of punches, Dugu Shengjian suddenly retreated. He looked at Ling Xiao with a little horror. Impossible. How can your body be stronger than mine? He couldn't handle it, but Ling Xiao still seemed to be fine. This was completely unacceptable to him. The holy body that you are so proud of is just... Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Although his situation was much better than Dugu Shengjian's, he still needed some time to recover from the continuous hammering of Dugu Shengjian. Of course, Dugu Shengjian was in a much worse state than him. At this moment, Dugu Shengjian's body is covered with bruises and his clothes are tattered. His nearly perfect physical body was beaten up as if he had just been abused. The most troublesome thing was that this kind of injury was a hard injury. Even if the divine body had a strong recovery ability, the bruises wouldn't disappear in a short time. This made Dugu Shengjian extremely angry. He still remembered that ever since he could remember, no one had ever been able to leave any scars on his body. His father, Dugu Beijian, was unwilling to do so, but no one else had the ability to do so. Especially among his peers, he had never been afraid of anyone other than the other forces of the Nine Supremes. In every battle, he didn't even need to use any moves. With his divine body alone, he was able to beat his opponents until they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. But today, Ling Xiao had left so many scars on his body. This was even more terrifying than the hateful sword of the 18th sword. The 18th sword was just a sneak attack. But Ling Xiao's attack was caused by his full frontal attack. How could this not make him angry? Anger attacked his heart. His killing intent soared crazily. He couldn't let him live. Ling Xiao couldn't be allowed to live. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was given a little more time, Ling Xiao would definitely ride on his head. At that time, he would have no chance of defeating Ling Xiao and could only accept the tragic fate of failure. What's wrong, Your Highness? Weren't you very cocky? Why aren't you cocky now? Ling Xiao landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Shengjian mockingly. His arrogant voice resounded in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. No one dared to laugh at Dugu Shengjian because they were deeply afraid of him. But at this moment, they no longer thought that Dugu Shengjian was invincible among his peers. Ling Xiao's performance made them realize that the Iron Wall of Sword Dynasty wasn't invincible. Stinking brat, you're stronger than this old man imagined. Jian Fulong laughed. That scared me to death. I almost thought he was crazy. Although she said so, Yin Yu's face revealed an excited smile. The 18th sword was dumbfounded. As his master, he really didn't know when his disciple had become so powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luoying had already wiped away her tears. Previously, she was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Dugu Shengjian's opponent. But now, she didn't have that kind of worry. Ling Xiao's performance made people feel relieved. Monster. He's really a monster, Mame Lan muttered to herself. Back then, when this brat shocked everyone in the demonic dragon sword court, he should only be in the first transformation in Yang Realm's 16th or 17th level of hell. Although she couldn't remember clearly, he definitely hadn't reached the 18th level of hell. But now, he could already compete with Dugu Shangjian, who was in the fitness realm. It was simply infuriating. Mom, did you see that? That Ling Xiao is much stronger than we imagined. Don't make an enemy out of him. Empress Lan was trembling all over as she shouted in a trembling voice. This time, Lan Meichen did not hit Lan Meichen, because what Lan Meichen had said was right. It's okay. We have the demonic dragon puppet. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Even that old man Jian Fulong can forget about leaving here alive today. Mame Lan gritted her teeth. Fight. Fight fiercely. It's best if both sides are injured. This way, she can use the demonic dragon puppet to reap the harvest. Hearing everyone's discussion and seeing the smug smiles of his enemies, Dugu Shangjian felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. Shame and anger, grief and indignation, intense displeasure. He thought that if Jian Fulong didn't make a move, he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. But reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Even if Ling Xiao stood there and let him hit him, he couldn't kill him. The sacred physique that he was so proud of had become a joke in front of Ling Xiao. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. Angry? Then use your strongest sacred physique. I remember that when you were in the Dragon Elephant tribe, your sacred physique had already evolved to the king-level sacred physique, right? Ling Xiao didn't understand why Dugu Shengjian didn't use the king-level sacred physique. It was obviously stronger. Don't worry, I will use it. Dugu Shengjian actually wanted to use the king-level sacred physique, but the problem was that it consumed too much true origin. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never use it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Even if he had to exhaust himself to death, he would never tolerate Ling Xiao riding on his head. Never. He, Dugu Shengjian, was proud. He was the #1 genius of the Sword Dynasty. Even if he died, he would die in glory. Burn. King-level sacred physique. Chapter 32-25. With a king-level saint body, all my attacks and defenses are 10 times stronger. Can you still block it? Dugu Shangjian finally released his strongest combat power, king-level saint body, because he had no way out. As the white flame burned, the sacred sword in his hand also burned at the same time. Sacred sword art, King's Trial. This move was much stronger than the previous one. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the white flame fell from the sky, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it was incomparably cold. On the path of the flame, there were traces of ice. This terrifying sword strike caused even Jian Fulong to frown. Even he had to consider whether to take this move head-on. Although he could take it, he would definitely consume a lot of true essence. It wasn't worth it. What would Ling Xiao do? Everyone had the same question. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think, because the terrifying sword energy instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sacred sword art was Dugu Shengjian's strongest move. No matter which move it was, the power was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the power of this move was even more explosive. People without a saint body couldn't cultivate it all, nor could they release it. This was what Dugu Shengjian was proud of. Ling Xiao will definitely dodge. This move is no joke. It's more than 10 times stronger than the previous move. In the crowd, there were warriors muttering to themselves. If such a terrifying move hit him, he would probably become a pile of blood. No, it should be ice. However, would Ling Xiao dodge? He had fought with Dugu Shengjian before, so he knew Dugu Shengjian's ability like the back of his hand. Right now, Dugu Shengjian's cultivation had only increased. Other than that, nothing else had changed. So, was it necessary for him to dodge such an enemy? Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao didn't need to dodge, nor did he want to dodge. What he wanted was the pressure on his body after the opponent's attack was released. It would allow him to continuously release the potential in his body. However, Dugu Shengjian's attack was indeed a little too strong. If he didn't block it and weaken it, he would definitely be seriously injured this time. He couldn't be seriously injured for the sake of increasing his cultivation. That wouldn't be worth it. With the release of the Frost Dragon Breath, Dugu Shengjian's attack clearly paused. However, Ling Xiao hadn't finished releasing his move yet. 9 Snake General, Black Poison of the Dead. The black poisonous fog spread along with the Frost Dragon Breath and rushed towards Dugu Shengjian. The might of Ling Xiao's 9 Snake General Beast Soul had also increased. Even Dugu Shengjian did not dare to carelessly inhale the black poison. He had to release 10% of his power to suppress the poison's power. Sun's divine ability, Bloody Plague. This was Ling Xiao's most frightening and indefensible move. As his cultivation increased, the Bloody Plague became even more powerful than when he was in the Dragon Elephant division. Even though Dugu Shengjian's cultivation had increased, he still had to use 20% of his power to suppress it. Bloody Chi Bloody Saint Body's Body, Black Poison Bloody Bloody Body, Body's Bodies. He no longer released any offensive moves and began to defend. Diamond Ape Beast Soul, Unbreakable Diamond. 5 Ghosts Secret Art, Rock Devil. As the defense was completed, Dugu Shengjian's attack had already landed on his body. White flames instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a ball of ice crystal. However, a moment later, the ice crystal shattered. Ling Xiao actually escaped as if nothing had happened. This guy is too abnormal. With just a defensive skill, he blocked the killing move of Dugu Shengjian, who has a king-level sacred body, and he's unscathed? Monster. What a monster. Although the surrounding warriors had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation before, most of them thought that it was just an exaggeration. The real Ling Xiao couldn't be so strong. But after seeing it today, they realized that the rumors weren't exaggerated. Instead, they weakened Ling Xiao. Today's Ling Xiao was too strong. King-level sacred body? I don't think it's that great. Your father, Dugu Shengjian, is a coward. He watched me and Martial Uncle leave Sword God City, but he didn't even dare to stop us. You're even more useless than him. I've already let you attack me, but that's all you've got? You still dare to brag about how strong you are in front of me? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao's sarcastic voice spread throughout the space. Everyone heard it loud and clear. If it was before, they might have thought that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant. But at this moment, none of them said such a thing. Ling Xiao used his strength to teach each of them a lesson. He even gave Dugu Shengjian a fierce slap. From the beginning of the battle until now, Dugu Shengjian didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Ling Xiao. This was simply unbelievable. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dugu Shengjian was so angry that his mouth was crooked. If Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, it would be fine. It could be said that Ling Xiao was avoiding the battle. But the problem was that Ling Xiao had been facing him head-on for several consecutive attacks. but he still didn't have the slightest advantage. That was too terrifying. Am I really not as good as this guy? I'm not as good as this lowly peasant. Dugu Shangjian had completely lost confidence in his heart. He had serious doubts about his own combat strength. No, impossible. Dugu Shangjian seemed to have gone mad. He attacked Ling Xiao like a madman. Calm down, Your Highness. Suddenly, the crown princess shouted, You have a king-level sacred body. Although you can't hurt him, he can't hurt you either. But you have more powerful moves than him, don't you? There's no need to panic. Just treat this person as your biggest enemy on the road of martial arts. Kill him, and you will surpass your father. As she said this, a huge battle flag appeared behind the crown princess. That's a martial soul? Ling Xiao frowned. It was an encouragement-type martial soul. It could raise one's fighting spirit, restore one's confidence, and increase one's combat strength. He's too shameless. We agreed to fight one-on-one. What's going on? Yen Yu scolded. It doesn't matter. What's the point of tormenting him? He's just putting up a stubborn resistance. Ling Xiao looked at the crown princess mockingly. I want them to see that in front of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks are in vain. Battle flag martial soul? It's a bit interesting, but it's meaningless in front of me. So what if Dugu Shangjian completely recovers his fighting spirit? That will only make him lose more miserably. F***ck. This guy is too immodest. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. Yeah, when I first met him, I also thought he was a bit arrogant. But after getting along with him for a long time, I realized that it wasn't arrogance at all. It's because he has the ability to do so. What he thinks is normal is inconceivable to others. Chapter 32-26. While Yin Yu and the others were talking, Dugu Shangjian had already regained his composure. He took a deep breath and swallowed a few pills, which should be pills to replenish his quintessential essence. Then, he stared at Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Crown Prince Consort's battle flag martial soul was working. However, Ling Xiao did not cower because of this. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took the initiative to attack. You're done attacking. It's my turn. Is a king-level sacred physique unbreakable? Then I'll break it for you today. Emperor Overlord Sword. Sword cleaves the black tortoise state. He held the Sky Demon sword in his hand and executed the Imperial family's sword technique. He had displayed the Emperor Overlord sword in front of others more than once. But today, only a few people here knew that he knew the Emperor Overlord sword. Most people had never seen it before. Even Lan Mimi did not know that Ling Xiao actually knew the Imperial family's general-level martial arts. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor Overlord sword that Ling Xiao executed was not only more domineering, but also more fierce. It was as if this sword technique was naturally prepared for him. He was the true king, the true overlord. Could this Ling Xiao also be a member of the Imperial family? Don't joke around. Would a member of the Imperial family become enemies with the Imperial family? He must have secretly learned it. But he has only been in the Sword Dynasty for at most 2 months. How could he secretly learn the Imperial family's ultimate move to such a terrifying level? That's true. His Highness the Crown Prince used the same move just now, but it was not as domineering and powerful. While everyone was discussing, Ling Xiao's domineering and arrogant sword had already arrived in front of Dugu Shangjian. Evading sword light steps. Heavens, not only does he know the Emperor Overlord sword, but even the Imperial family's evading sword light steps has been cultivated to such a level. Relying on the evading sword light steps, Ling Xiao's speed reached the extreme. Dugu Shangjian could not catch up to such a terrifying speed at all. He could only believe in his king-level sacred physique. Then, a crazy sword technique continuously poured down on his body. Dugu Shangjian was like a pitiful small tree in a storm, constantly swaying, and swaying with the wind. He could only desperately cover his vital parts, hoping that this would lessen the damage. However, a moment later, he realized that he was overthinking things. The defensive power of the king-class saint body was much stronger than he had imagined. No matter how Ling Xiao attacked, it was like scratching an itch. Aside from a slight pain, he did not feel the slightest bit of damage. Ha 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 ha. As if he had discovered a new continent, Dugu Shangjian laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao, even if you can use the imperial family's overlord sword to such an exquisite degree, so what? You still can't break through my defense. Are you scratching an itch? How laughable. Your monarch overlord sword only has one move, but mine has three. Why don't I show you something more interesting? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Although the defense of a king-grade sacred body was a bit of a headache, it wasn't a problem for him. Emperor Hegemon's sword. Sword annihilation of the 9 heavens. An even stronger move was released from Ling Xiao's hand, not giving Dugu Shangjian any chance to catch his breath. Block it for me. Dugu Shangjian roared. Right now, he only had a king-grade sacred body to fight against Ling Xiao. Once his defense was broken, he would be dead. Boom. The terrifying sword strike sent Dugu Shangjian flying. He crashed into dozens of female martial artists of the Red Orb Guard before he came to a stop. Bah! Dugu Shangjian got up from the ground. Only his gums bled a little. It's effective, but it's too weak. Dugu Shangjian sneered. You've played enough. It's my turn. Since you can't break through my defense, I'll kill you until you're convinced. As he spoke, the white flames on his body suddenly rose. It was as if a barrel of gasoline had been thrown into a fire. It became incomparably dazzling. Everyone could feel that Dugu Shangjian's strength had risen again. A genius was indeed a genius. It wasn't an exaggeration. The situation is not good. Dugu Shangjian can actually surpass himself in a crisis. No wonder he was appointed as the next imperial emperor by Dugu Shangjian, and even looked forward to his trip to the immemorial divine tomb. It seems that this is not a simple favor. This kid really has that kind of strength that others are willing to pin their hopes on him. Jian Fulong frowned and said, Senior, what do you mean? Will Ling Xiao be in danger? Yan Yu hurriedly asked. To be honest, I don't know because Ling Xiao has surprised me too much. I don't know if he has other trump cards. Let's wait and see. It's too early to make a conclusion. Jian Fulong frowned and said. Although he was worried about Ling Xiao, when he thought of Ling Xiao's performance in Sword God City, he suddenly felt that Ling Xiao might have a way. Big brother, what if Dugu Shangjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal? That's a high-level general-grade martial technique. Jian 18 said worriedly. Yes, in fact, I'm also worried about this. If Dugu Shangjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal, then I'm afraid Ling Xiao will be in danger in this battle. However, I haven't seen Dugu Shangjian use the Golden Dragon Seal. I guess he didn't learn it. Jian Fulong analyzed. I hope so. Jian 18 frowned. Although he was very confident in Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel worried. Jian Luoying, who was in the demonic dragon puppet, was also very nervous. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by anyone because of her. Junior brother, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, Dugu Shangjian's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. This time, Ling Xiao didn't make any defensive movements, which puzzled many people. Has he given up? Has he given up on himself? Or does he want to die because he knows he can't win? Or did Dugu Shangjian use some kind of secret technique to trap him? Such questions were finally answered in the next moment. Dugu Shangjian's sword pierced Ling Xiao's heart, but it stopped there and couldn't pierce through. What? Dugu Shangjian looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This sword was an attack from his sacred sword art, but it couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's skin? You have a king-level sacred body, and I have a king-level black tortoise divine body. As he spoke, the shadow of a black tortoise wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, protecting his entire body. In terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. Ling Xiao sneered. You think you're the strongest trump card, but in my eyes, it's just a turtle shell to avoid battle. Then why did you use it? Dugu Shangjian questioned. I just wanted to show you that in terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. In fact, I'm even stronger than you. Now that you've seen it, let me completely tear apart your ignorant arrogance. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, he extended his leg and kicked Dugu Shangjian flying. Chapter 32-27. After kicking Dugu Shangjian away, Ling Xiao finally decided to attack seriously. Dugu Shangjian's attack on him had caused the energy in his cultivation sea to soar to 80%. However, it stopped rising after that. Therefore, he knew that it was time to determine the winner. There was no need to waste any more time. I said that I would tear you into pieces. Next, it's time to fulfill this promise. As he spoke, Ling Xiao shouted at Jian subduing Long, "Uncle, give me the demon dragon sword." Although Jian subduing Long didn't know why he wanted the demon dragon sword, he still threw it over. Ling Xiao held the demon dragon sword in his left hand and the sky devil sword in his right. Finally, he was going to use the dual-wielding combat skill that made him famous in the past. The third move of the Emperor Overlord Sword, Ghost King Overlord Sword. Ling Xiao began to condense the Ghost King Overlord Sword in his right hand. As his vital essence continued to pour in, a terrifying Ghost King seemed to be standing next to his right hand, holding a huge Overlord Sword and releasing an extremely powerful pressure. The third move of the Sword of Curse, Nine Dragons Poison Curse. Ling Xiao's left hand condensed the Nine Dragons Poison Curse at the same time. 9 pitch-black poisonous dragons circled around the demon dragon sword. A blood-red light wrapped around their bodies. These two moves were the most powerful moves of the mid-level general-level martial skills. Now that Ling Xiao was using them at the same time, the scene was incomparably shocking. In the Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao had never used a sword like this. Today, many people's horizons were broadened. No wonder that kid needs 2 swords of the same level. He can actually release 2 different moves at the same time, and they are both equally powerful. This is something that even Dugu Shangjian and I can't do. Jian subduing Long was convinced. He was completely convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. What's the point of having 2 swords? It's ridiculous. You still can't break my defense. If you take out the Ice Supreme Sword or use your bloodthirsty plague, you might be able to defeat me. But the 2 swords together will only disperse your strength, idiot. Dugu Shengjian mocked. You don't know anything. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you know how to use a sword, but you don't understand it. Do you know what sword momentum is? Do you know how to take advantage of the situation? The power of mountains and rivers, force of heaven and earth. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's entire being seemed to merge with the world. Those 2 swords seemed to have been personally pierced by the heavens. Dugu Shengjian was stunned. He simply couldn't believe that a 2nd division life-sizer could wield a sword to such an extent. Sword force was an ethereal thing, and it was even more difficult to capture than sword intent. How could Ling Xiao master it? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already reached the terrifying realm of controlling heaven and earth when he was still in the divine Phoenix continent. That was because his powerful soul energy could even allow him to control a part of the world. To him, borrowing power was just child's play. Only now did Dugu Shengjian truly feel fear. He desperately circulated his true essence, and the white flame on the saint's sword in his hand rose to a height of 3 meters. Holy Sword Art's strongest move, heavenly punishment. He was going to put his life on the line. This was because, at this moment, he had doubts about his own king-grade saint body. By this point, the crown princess' encouragement was wearing off. It couldn't be helped. Ling Xiao was too powerful. Moreover, the moves that he released each time were incomparably astonishing. Force of heaven and earth. Now that Ling Xiao had fused with the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul, he could finally unleash the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul. Although it was only the most basic force of heaven and earth, and not the force of the universe, it was more than enough. Rumble. 2 proud sons of heaven. One was the crown prince, who had lived a life of luxury and had received the attention of countless people. From the moment he was born, he was the strongest of his generation. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he was still the strongest of his generation. One of them was a little beggar who begged on the streets. He was ridiculed and looked down upon by countless people. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he had been born in a remote town. The difference in status between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. But as of this moment, status didn't mean anything. The only thing that could determine victory and defeat was power. Everyone was nervously watching the final showdown between the two on the battlefield. Crack. The sword shattered. The sacred sword cracked. Dugu Shengjian's heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation collapsed under Ling Xiao's double attack. Borrowing the force of heaven and earth, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful attack since he started practicing martial arts. The sword momentum shattered the heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation attack, and then heavily bombarded Dugu Shengjian's sacred body. The king's sacred body released a pure white luster, blocking the sword from going any deeper. Dugu Shengjian laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, it's useless. It's still useless. You can't break my defense after all. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be happy? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Crack. A crack appeared on Dugu Shengjian's sacred body. No, how is this possible? Dugu Shengjian finally panicked. His sacred body should have an invincible defense. How could this happen? Is it impossible? You still can't see the situation clearly? That's it for you. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You are indeed a genius, but you are just a genius of the Sword Dynasty. I am different from you. My goal is the entire mystic world. Even the Black Tortoise continent can't stop me. This is the gap between you and me. Puchi. One of Dugu Shengjian's arms flew up. Ling Xiao's sword finally broke the king's sacred body's defense. Then, the crazy sword light flickered on Dugu Shengjian's body. After the sword light, Dugu Shengjian's miserable screams could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Is that still Dugu Shengjian? Is he still the invincible crown prince? In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, Dugu Shengjian had no power to resist and could only be attacked continuously. Blood continued to splatter, dyeing the ground red. Who would have thought that the battle between Ling Xiao and Dugu Shengjian would be so one-sided? Ling Xiao was basically unharmed from the beginning to the end. However, Dugu Shengjian was on the verge of death. Bang! Dugu Shengjian's body finally smashed on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. People could finally see his appearance clearly. Many women were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes. It was too tragic. Is this still the insufferably arrogant Dugu Shengjian, who was like a god descending to the mortal world? He was simply a pile of rotten meat. They could only vaguely see his human appearance. Ling Xiao, it's about time. Let's give him a quick death. Jin 18 couldn't stand it anymore. Since Master said so, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to see anyone in the future. Ling Xiao also felt that it was about time. In the end, he was still a little soft-hearted. If he had fallen into this situation, he believed that Dugu Shengjian would never have shown him the slightest mercy. His ending would only be worse. Perhaps this was the difference between him and Dugu Shengjian. Chapter 32-28. Who was the real genius? Who was the strongest youth in the Sword Dynasty? Actually, these two questions didn't need to be asked. Everyone present had already seen through it. The dignified Dugu Shengjian, the crown prince, couldn't even fight back against Ling Xiao. He could only live under Ling Xiao's pity. But from the looks of it, he was basically on his last breath. Even if he was saved, he would still be a cripple. Where's my senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Dugu Shengjian, who was already a pile of mud, and asked coldly, Hee, kill me if you can. Anyway, I, Dugu Shengjian, am already a cripple. What difference does it make whether I die or not? Dugu Shengjian was a prideful person. Even at this point, he wasn't willing to beg for mercy. This made Ling Xiao somewhat impressed. It wasn't a coincidence that the Dugu clan could lead the Sword Dynasty and control the Overlord Sword Dynasty. Whether it was Dugu Shengjian or Dugu Shengjian, they weren't simple. But at this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at Lan Mame and asked, Old witch, where's senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao, don't ask her. Jin Luoying is trapped in the demonic dragon puppet. Dugu Shengjian put the puppet in his storage ring. Lan Yu hurriedly said. Ling Xiao glanced at Dugu Shengjian's arm that was thrown away. There was indeed a storage ring on his finger. He took the storage ring and opened it to take a look. His brows suddenly furrowed tightly. This is a fake. What a joke. Dugu Shengjian was actually deceived by Lan Mame. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Mame and said, Tell me, Where's the real demonic dragon puppet? The puppets in the mystic world were all made with layers of arrays. If it was real, Ling Xiao could naturally tell. Hee hee, you better not show such a vicious look in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kill Jian Luoying right now. Lan Mimi sneered. Madam, it's been 200 years. Why are you still so insensible? Dugu Shangjian is already crippled, and Dugu Beijian is no match for Ling Xiao. The destruction of the Sword Dynasty will soon be realized. Why do you continue to be enemies with Ling Xiao? In the end, Jin Fulong still had some feelings for Lan Mimi. He wasn't willing to see Lan Mimi walk down the wrong path. Don't call me madam. I'm not worthy. Lan Mimi shook her head and said, from the moment I set you up, I didn't want to become a vassal of you men. So what if Dugu Shengjian couldn't do it? So what if Dugu Beijian wasn't Ling Xiao's match? With your understanding of me, don't you understand? I, beautiful devil Lan, will never rely on any man. What are you trying to do? Jian Fulong frowned. I'm afraid that she has already obtained the real demonic dragon puppet and can control it. Ling Xiao said coldly, Martial uncle, this madam of yours is really a formidable woman. She has never sincerely planned to rely on the Sword God Hall. She has only been biding her time, preparing to use the power of the demonic dragon puppet to take down the entire Sword Dynasty. Is what he said true? Jian Fulong looked at Lan Mimi and said, ha ha, ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most is the person I hate the most. Lan Mimi suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. What a pity. If we knew each other earlier, we might have really become a good pair of partners, or even husband and wife. Bah! Who wants to become husband and wife with an old witch like you? Ling Xiao spat and scolded. I've spared you more than once. I don't care if you want to seize the Sword Dynasty, but now, hand over senior sister Luoying. Otherwise, I'll completely shatter your dreams today. You're too arrogant. Lan Mimi said coldly. From the battle between you and Dugu Shengjian, I saw the depth of your ability. You're very strong. You're fully deserving of the title of number 1 under Dugu Shengjian. But unfortunately, my demonic dragon puppet is even more terrifying than Dugu Shengjian. You're definitely not its match. Don't even think about Jian Luoying. Her blood is the key to activating the demonic dragon puppet. I'll replace her. Jian 18 stood up and said, my blood flows in her body. I can replace her. No, your bloodline is far less powerful than hers. Do you think I don't know? Her mother is the ruler of myriad countries, Dragon Mother. After inheriting your bloodline and fusing with the bloodline of Dragon Mother, it's more suitable for the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi shook her head. Master, there's no need to talk nonsense with her. It's impossible for her to be obedient. The strength of the demonic dragon puppet has already confused her mind, making her think that she can defeat all the experts. Ling Xiao sighed and said, there's only one way to go now, and that is to destroy the demonic dragon puppet. Ling Xiao, go to hell. Suddenly, Dugu Shangjian, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, bounced up from the ground with unknown strength and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even if I die, I'll pull you into hell with me. Dugu Shangjian knew that he was finished, but even if he died, he didn't want to see Ling Xiao live well. Therefore, he wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him. It seems that I really shouldn't have the slightest bit of pity for you. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Dugu Shengjian, who was pouncing towards him. You want to die with me? Ridiculous. He slowly extended his right hand, and a terrifying wave of true essence condensed on his right hand. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared in the void. From that crack, a huge dragon claw stretched out. Then, Dugu Shangjian was caught by the dragon claw. What? Even Ling Xiao was taken aback by this scene, and his figure retreated rapidly. The moment he retreated, a similar crack appeared beside him, and a huge dragon claw stretched out to grab him. However, he escaped relatively quickly, and the dragon claw didn't catch anything. What's going on? Ling Xiao retreated back to his own camp, and then he saw a shocking scene. The team that was supposed to send the bride was all grabbed by the dragon claw that stretched out from the crack. Then, behind Lan Mimi, The 9-story demon pagoda appeared out of thin air. However, at this moment, the 9-story demon pagoda released waves of incomparably terrifying aura. The earth was shaking. The sky was also covered with dark clouds. Everyone fell into a state of panic and unease. Lan Mimi, you're crazy. How dare you kill me? Father won't let you off. Dugu Shangjian's miserable voice came from the crack, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Hee, you were killed by Ling Xiao. What does it have to do with me? If your father wants to kill someone, he'll only kill Ling Xiao. Lan Mimi mocked. She really has the demonic dragon puppet. I can't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. She didn't hesitate to spend 200 years of energy and even gave up on breaking through her cultivation to focus on controlling the demonic dragon puppet. This woman's scheming is really terrifying. Chapter 32-29. Jin Fulong said loudly, Ling Xiao, you're right. She's a formidable woman. Today's winner might really be her. Everyone, get ready to retreat. Of course, Jin Fulong knew what the tremors meant and what Lan Mei Devil had obtained. He said helplessly. Hearing Jin Fulong's words, Ling Xiao realized that the terrifying devil dragon puppet had awoken. They hadn't even seen the true devil dragon puppet, but it was already terrifying enough. If it really did appear, how terrifying would it be? Run? You can't run. Ling Xiao shook his head. Even if it's the devil dragon puppet, we can't run. Senior sister Luo Ying hasn't been rescued yet. But Ling Xiao, it's not that I want to belittle myself. The demonic dragon puppet was created by me and a few of my good friends back then. I know best how terrifying it is. Even Dugu Batian wouldn't be a match for the devil dragon puppet, let alone you. Jin Fulong smiled bitterly. You can't run. Ling Xiao shook his head. I know there's a tiger in the mountain, but I still want to go there. Senior sister Luo Ying has done me a great favor. If I abandon her, what right do I have to talk about saving the world? If I can't even save a woman, what kind of man am I? Most of the Sword God Hall's bridal party had been wiped out. Only the crown princess managed to escape the clutches of the Red Gem Guard Sword Saints. Of course, that was only temporary. But for now, no one was paying attention to them. Everyone's attention was on Lan Mei Devil and the 9-story demon pagoda that had been moved out of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao rushed toward Lan Mei Devil, but Jin Fulong stopped him. Don't be rash, Jin Fulong said. That devil dragon puppet has the power of a 5th stratum life-sizer. It's not something you or I can deal with. Jin Fulong roared. Get out of my way, or I'll beat you up too. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jin Fulong and said, I know you're doing this for my own good, but you should understand that the demonic dragon puppet has yet to fully awaken. Once it fully awakens, my senior sister Luo Ying's life would be in danger. Now is the best chance to save her. In your current state, not only will you not be able to save anyone, you will also be killed. If you want to fight, then fight. No matter what, I can't watch you throw your life away. Jin Fulong steeled his heart. Even if Ling Xiao viewed him as an enemy, he wouldn't step aside. Get out of my way, Ling Xiao roared. He couldn't bring himself to kill Jin Fulong. However, in order to save Jin Luoying, he had to force his way through. Ha ha ha, you don't have to fight anymore. Do you think that the demonic dragon puppet has only just begun to awaken? 200 years. A whole 200 years. Even if he was a martial artist, how many 200 years could he have in his life? I poured all my heart and soul into this demonic dragon puppet. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Lord Dragon Mother of Myriad Countries. That person is obviously an extremely powerful existence, but she likes our Sword Dynasty's egg-fried rice that only mortals eat. I racked my brains to gather the best chefs in Sword Dynasty and specially prepared the most delicious egg-fried rice for Lord Dragon Mother. She was overjoyed and bestowed me with a dragon soul. Demonic dragon beast soul. This allowed me to have the most crucial control over the demonic dragon puppet. I'm afraid Jin Fulong didn't expect this. Lan Mimi laughed crazily. The 9-floored demon pagoda behind her actually began to change. It can't be. Could it be that the demonic dragon puppet is the 9-floored demon pagoda itself? Ling Xiao asked in shock. Jin Fulong sighed and said, You're right. This demonic dragon's corpse came from tens of thousands of years ago. After being modified by the puppet masters of Divine Secrets Continent, they actually created a 9-floored space inside its body. The demonic beasts inside were all captured and raised by us from the outside. When the demonic beasts are killed, most of their power will be absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. It's the same when a martial artist is killed. F***CK. Does that mean that when we were cultivating inside the 9-floored demon pagoda, we were actually inside the demonic dragon puppet's stomach? Ling Xiao simply wanted to curse. This fact was really too shocking. However, Jin Fulong would definitely not lie to him. Moreover, the 9-floored demon pagoda was constantly changing, as if it was going to return to its original appearance. Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique. Finally, Ling Xiao took advantage of Jin Fulong's inattention to use the Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique from Zishan's divine ability and rushed toward Lan Mimi. Not good. Jin Fulong did not expect that Ling Xiao actually had such a trick up his sleeve. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lan Mimi also did not expect this. However, the current her was already protected by the demonic dragon puppet's power. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, but he was blocked outside by a terrifying power. He was actually unable to get close. Since I can't kill you, then I'll go in and save her. With a thought, Ling Xiao turned and headed toward the 9-floored demon pagoda. Idiot, she said. You know the 9-floored demon pagoda is the demonic dragon puppet, and yet you still dare to go in. Are you looking to die? Lan Mimi sneered. As of this moment, she couldn't help but feel wonderful. The demonic dragon puppet's immense power was perfectly fused with her body. In that moment, she felt as if she were a 5th division life-sizer. Look at how strong I am, Lan Mimi said. I've been planning for 200 years, and now my efforts haven't been wasted. Sword God Hall? Dragon Mammoth Tribe? Dagubatian? Ling Xiao? Compared to the demonic dragon puppet, you're nothing. She wasn't worried at all about Ling Xiao entering the 9-floored demon pagoda. The core of the demonic dragon puppet was located on the 9th floor. The path to the 9th floor was fraught with danger. If Ling Xiao entered from the outside without a teleportation portal, he would only be able to get to the 1st floor. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even Dagubatian wouldn't be able to survive from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. At this moment, the Devil Dragon Sword Court martial artists standing behind Lan Mimi were finally excited. They could finally hold their heads high. For so many years, they had been suppressed by the Sword God Hall. Not long ago, a puny Ling Xiao had turned the Devil Dragon Sword Court into a mess. But from today onwards, they didn't have to fear anyone. Their Devil Dragon Sword Court was the most powerful existence on this continent. Devil Dragon Sword Court, long live! Her Majesty the Devil Sovereign, #1 under heaven. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Everyone from the Devil Dragon Sword Court was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Lan Mimi laughed. From now on, with the demonic dragon puppet, the Sword God Hall will no longer be able to monopolize the Sword Dynasty. As for your cultivation, it will also rise with the tide, becoming stronger and stronger. The Sword Dynasty will definitely be ours. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Long live, long live, long live. The flattery was even louder than before, but Lan Mimi liked to hear it. Sigh, how did the current Devil Dragon Sword Court become like this? Just a demonic dragon puppet made them seem like they've gone crazy? Jin Fulong sighed helplessly. Back then, although the Devil Dragon Sword Court already had the demonic dragon puppet, martial artists were proud of their own strength. Chapter 3230. The 9-floored demon pagoda continued to release a terrifying black aura as it gradually transformed into the appearance of a demonic dragon. Everyone outside could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura. It was like a fierce beast that had been sleeping for many years was gradually awakening. Some timid martial artists had already started to flee. Although they didn't know what would happen next, they didn't want to wait for death here. Slaughter, destruction, evil, berserk. Almost all the terrifying aura was absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. Even Lan Mei, who was controlling the demonic dragon puppet, felt a strong sense of fear in her heart. If she didn't have the soul of the demonic dragon bestowed to her by the myriad kingdom dragon mother, she wouldn't be able to control such a powerful puppet. It was like a peerless weapon, a demonic blade. If she wasn't careful, she would be killed. Will Ling Xiao be all right? Jin 18 looked worriedly at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape in the distance and couldn't help but ask. If he doesn't come out before the demonic dragon puppet completes its transformation, then it will be troublesome. Not only will your daughter die, but Ling Xiao will also be trapped in that monster's body forever and become its nourishment. Although Jian Fulong knew that this would make people more nervous, he had to speak the truth. Pray that he can save your daughter. At this moment, Jian Fulong didn't have a better idea. Even he wasn't a match for the demonic dragon puppet. He even regretted creating such a terrifying monster back then. Now, it had become the biggest problem. Big brother, isn't there a demon suppressor? Jin 18 asked. Demon suppressor? Hee, 200 years ago, I did create a demon suppressor family. They knew how to suppress the demonic dragon puppet, but the demonic dragon puppet now is different from the past. Moreover, I've been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword tomb for 200 years. Whether or not the demon suppressors still exist is a problem. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao didn't expect that when he stepped into the 9th-floor demon pagoda, there would be someone who entered before him. These people claimed to be the demon suppressor family. They actually said that they had been living in the 9th-floor demon pagoda all this time and didn't just enter. They had sealed themselves, and only when the demonic dragon puppet awoke would the seal be automatically released. The devil suppressors all had the surname Jian. They told Ling Xiao that this was the surname Jian Fulong gave to their clan. The demon suppressors were having a meeting to discuss the plan to enter the 9th level. Although there were many clansmen, there weren't many who were qualified to enter the 9th floor. Most of them were in the Yin-Yang realm, with only a few in the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao had no idea how to get to the 9th floor, so these demon suppressors could help him. Everyone, let's cut the crap. We're going to the 9th floor to destroy the core of the demonic dragon puppet. If you're not strong enough, then don't go. Run away first and protect the demon suppressor's roots. Wait until you're strong enough. The person who spoke was the clan leader of the demon suppressors, Jian Tianying, the former junior brother of Jian Fulong. Apparently, this man's cultivation base wasn't weak. He was in the 3rd division of life-seizing, so he should be able to help. Now, anyone under the life-seizing level can flee for their lives. Anyone above that level will only need 5 elite warriors. Time is of the essence, so let's start fighting. The circle will be 100 meters in diameter. The remaining 5 will follow me to the 9th floor. Remember, don't try any tricks. This time, we're going to see how strong you are. Therefore, you have to fight one-on-one. You can't gang up or gang up. Understand? Understood. The demon suppressors had chosen the best of the best and would never cower in fear of the demonic dragon puppet. Can I participate in this? Ling Xiao asked. Although he was anxious to save Jian Luoying, he didn't know the way to the 9th floor. He needed the demon suppressors to lead the way. Although the competition would take some time, it shouldn't be a problem. 2nd Division Life-Seizing. Huh? Not bad. But we demon suppressors have 15 3rd Division Life-Seizers, all of whom were elites from the Demon Dragon Sword Court. If you want to participate, that's fine. But I'm afraid it'll just be a waste of time. Although Jian Tianying didn't know who Ling Xiao was, he knew that anyone who was an enemy of the demonic dragon puppet would be useful. A waste of time? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao smiled. Well, if you want me to participate, then I won't stand on ceremony. With that, he leaped into the circle. There were at least 100 people in the circle, although there were only about 50 life-seizers present. That said, it was still quite impressive. 200 years ago, the Demon Dragon Sword Court was truly powerful, and yet, there were already 15 3rd Division life-seizers here. And that was just the demon suppressors. Clan Chief, we don't know where this guy is from. Who knows what kind of evil intentions he has? Besides, he's so weak. What's the point of participating? 5 spots weren't a lot to begin with, and the fact that an outsider had come in was obviously not going to sit well with some of the demon suppressors. The one who spoke was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, almost like an iron tower. His voice was filled with power and strength. "Forget it, Jin Xiong," another person said. "He's going to be eliminated soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's start the selection process." It was a white-robed young man who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a folding fan in his hand. "You have a point, Jin Bai," Jin Xiong said. "Forget it. Let's not bicker about it. Let's start, clan chief." Jin Xiong glanced at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. It didn't matter how many years had passed. The principle of the mystic world hadn't changed. The weak were prey to the strong. All he had to do was show them how strong he was, and they would shut their mouths. "Let the selection begin," Jian Tianying said. Time was of the essence, and he had to get this over with quickly. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, several people were sent flying out of the circle. So, it's them. My eyes aren't bad. Jian Tianying looked around the circle and saw that there were 5 seated contestants, all of whom he had already chosen. However, for the sake of fairness, he had decided to go through the selection process. Jin Xiong was fierce, but not intelligent. Jin Bai was intelligent, but had too many ideas and was a bit naive. Jin Feng's offense and defense were balanced. Jin Xiaoxue might be a woman, but she might be the strongest among the 5 seated contestants. Her movement technique was excellent. The heavenly sword condor was good at spying, which was crucial. As Jian Tianying watched the selection process, he made his own judgment. In fact, he had a bad premonition that he might not be able to suppress the demonic dragon puppet this time. In that case, he had to choose a few outstanding fellows and let them train before sending them out, even if he had to sacrifice himself. As long as the demon suppressors weren't dead, the demonic dragon puppet had to be suppressed. Chapter 32-31. Boom. All of a sudden, Jin Xiong unleashed a fist strike that sent 4 or 5 people flying out of the ring. Jin Tianying's gaze suddenly came to rest on Ling Xiao. He's not eliminated? He had assumed that Ling Xiao would be knocked out of the ring as soon as the fight began. Who could have guessed that he would be safe and sound? Just as Jin Xiong noticed Ling Xiao, he also noticed Ling Xiao. Chuckling, he casually sent a second life-sizer flying, then walked over to Ling Xiao and said, "You're pretty good, kid. I can't believe you were able to dodge my palm wind. However, to suppress a devil dragon puppet, you have to rely on strength, not movement techniques. You can't just rely on fleeing. So, be a good boy and get out of here." Even as the words left his mouth, Jin Xiong's true energy surged, and a terrifying aura shot toward Ling Xiao with the force of a thunderbolt. Both of his fists were filled with the energy of explosive lightning. Triple explosive lightning fist. Shockingly, the explosive lightning fist of a third life-sizer contained 3 levels of internal energy, each level stronger than the last. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he were being struck by 3 levels of demon lightning tribulation. When this thunderstorm fist was used, many of the surrounding martial artists suffered. At least 7 or 8 of them were touched by the fist force and flew out without any suspense. By now, the only person left on the field was Ling Xiao, a 2nd Division life-sizer. The others were all 3rd Division life-seizers. In response to Jin Xiong's attack, Ling Xiao calmly raised his right hand. Although Jin Xiong's fist strike was fierce, it was clear that he had been holding back. He had only intended to send Yang Qi flying, not injure him. Therefore, Yang Qi wasn't going to hurt him. Besides, he had a favor to ask of the devil suppressors, so he wasn't going to use his sword just yet. It was as if a thunderstorm had suddenly stopped. Jin Xiong's fists were easily caught by Ling Xiao, and even the explosive lightning was extinguished. Ling Xiao hadn't used any martial techniques and had only used ordinary attacks. As far as he was concerned, 3rd Division life-seizers weren't even worth mentioning. What? Jin Xiong was shocked. He wanted to break free from his fists, but it was to no avail. Ling Xiao smiled and pushed Jin Xiong aside. "Thank you for letting me win." Jin Xiong was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. He had mocked Ling Xiao at the beginning purely because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough and was wasting their time. But now, he definitely didn't dare to think that way. The middle-level general realm martial art, the violent thunder fist, was blocked so easily by the other party. It was like a dream. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Jian Tianying murmured to himself. Third Division life-sizer Jian Xiong is said to be the most destructive of all the devil suppressors. I can't believe he was subdued so easily. He's too powerful. I didn't expect that after 200 years, such a monster would still appear. Jian Bai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the beginning, he had also underestimated Ling Xiao. In the following selection, no one would find trouble with Ling Xiao. In the end, there were only 6 contestants left. All right, 6 it is, Jian Tianying said. There's no need to continue. The reason Jian Tianying had picked 5 was because he had never guessed that Ling Xiao, an outsider, would be joining them. Furthermore, he had never guessed that Ling Xiao would be this strong. Let's go. There's no time to lose. Jian Tianying was anxious because he could sense that the devil dragon puppet was on the verge of awakening. There was no time to waste. Under Jian Tianying's lead, the 7 of them headed towards the 9th level. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, including several waves of demonlings. The first wave was 6 bloodthirsty grasshoppers, all of whom were in the 1st division of life seizing. The second wave was 10 blackwater vipers, all of whom were in the 1st division of life seizing. The third wave was comprised of 9 soreback bears, all of whom were in the 3rd division of life seizing. The fourth wave was even more terrifying. Although there was only 1 demonling, it was a 4th division life seizing swordback bear king. By the 5th wave, there were 2 4th division life seizers. Although they were only as strong as Unit Gao in terms of fighting prowess, they were still quite a headache to deal with. Thankfully, the 7 of them were all top experts, and the first 3 waves were easily dealt with. Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to make a move. By the 4th wave, Ling Xiao was finally able to show off his terrifying fighting prowess. In order to save time, he didn't hold back at all. After transforming, he destroyed the 4th division life-sizer demonling, which was as strong as Unit Gao. The other 6 contestants were completely speechless. Freak was the name they used to refer to Ling Xiao, so much so that they didn't even mention Ling Xiao's real name. By the 5th wave, Ling Xiao was even more monstrous than a freak in terms of fighting prowess. Using 2 swords at the same time, he destroyed 2 4th division life-seizing demonlings. It was simply too awesome. Before, some of them had doubted Ling Xiao's fighting prowess. But after these 2 battles, Ling Xiao's reputation as a leader grew. The other 6 didn't dare to disobey his orders. Even Jian Tianying had gradually retreated to the 2nd line, with Ling Xiao as the core. Without Ling Xiao, they would never have been able to reach the 9th floor. But now, the door to the 9th floor was open for them. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the 9th floor, he caught sight of Jin Sakura, floating there in midair. Jin Luoying's 4 limbs were bound by black threads. Her blood and energy flowed through the threads into the devil dragon puppet. By this point, Jin Sakura was extremely weak. "You bastard," Ling Xiao said coldly. Sword light flickered in his hand, and the 4 black threads were severed. At the same time, Jin Sakura flew into his arms. However, even as he wrapped his arms around her, 4 black-garbed figures suddenly appeared from 4 different directions. All of the black-garbed men were at the peak of the 3rd division of life seizing, and they had chosen the perfect moment to attack. It was the exact moment when Ling Xiao caught Jin Sakura, making it seem as if he couldn't attack. Die! The 4 of them simultaneously thrust out with their palms, sending a blast of black wind toward Ling Xiao. Whoosh! What they didn't expect was that Ling Xiao's figure would just disappear without a trace. He was completely out of their range of attack. Ling Xiao knelt down and popped a healing pill into Jin Sakura's mouth, then put her back into his beast ring. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Now that he had saved Jin Sakura, the next step was to destroy the devil dragon puppet. "Who are these black-garbed figures?" Ling Xiao asked Jian Tianying. "I'm not sure. I've never heard of them on the 9th floor before." Jian Tianying shook his head. Could they be martial artists from the myriad kingdoms? Ling Xiao thought. Perhaps these black-garbed figures were the martial artists from the myriad kingdoms who had been sent here to protect the soul of the devil dragon. They had been sent here by Dragon Mother. There was even a possibility that Lan Mimi had already joined Tadoland's Dragon Mother and became Dragon Mother's puppet to rule the Sword Dynasty. And here I thought she was ambitious, Jin Tianying said. Turns out she's just a puppet. How laughable. Chapter 32:32. Oh, I never would have guessed that someone like you would be among the Devil Guardians. A fifth black-garbed figure appeared. Unlike the other four, he was much stronger. Although he was gaunt and didn't seem powerful at all, his eyes shone with incomparably sharp light. Fourth Division Life-Sizer? Ling Xiao frowned. The demonlings from before were on the same level as Unit Gao, so he had no problems dealing with them. But this black-garbed figure was almost as strong as Dugu Shangjian. He was just a bit older. From this, he could basically determine that these people were from Wanghua. With the current strength of Demon Dragon Sword Court, it was impossible for them to have such powerful warriors. You know I'm a 4th Division Life-Sizer, the black-garbed figure said coldly. The leader of the men in black revealed a cold smile and said, "Put down that woman, break your own arms and get out of here." That's right. One of the black-garbed figures said, "You heard the leader, right? You dared to ruin our plans? You should be grateful that we let you live. Hurry up and hand over that little girl, then break your own arms." One of the black-garbed figures who had just attacked Ling Xiao chuckled darkly. "Are you martial artists from the myriad kingdoms?" Ling Xiao asked. "Oh, you guessed that? Well, it seems we won't be letting you leave alive today." The black-garbed leader frowned. "There's nothing we can do other than kill you." "I see." Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then turned to Jin Tianying. "The 6 of you, figure out a way to deal with the 4 black-garbed figures. At the same time, find the core of the devil dragon puppet and destroy it. Remember, we don't have much time. If you can't deal with the devil dragon puppet before it completes its transformation, run." "Understood." Jin Tianying didn't question Ling Xiao's words at all. As far as he was concerned, Ling Xiao was the savior of the Devil Guardians. Although saving Jin Luoying didn't seem like much help to them, that wasn't the case. Jin Luoying's blood could accelerate the transformation of the Devil Dragon puppet. Saving Jin Luoying was equivalent to buying time for the demon suppressors to escape. After all, they were not the only ones in the demon suppressor clan. Jin Xiong, Jin Bai, Jin Xiaoxue, the 3 of you will deal with the 4 black-clothed men with me. Heavenly Sword Condor, Jin Feng, the 2 of you will be responsible for finding the core of the demonic dragon puppet and destroying it. With a command, Jin Tianying charged towards one of the black-robed men. Both were 3rd Division Life-Seizers, so it didn't take long for the fight to reach a stalemate. The battle between the other 3 was the same. It was almost impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. "Brat, looking around, do you want to die?" Suddenly, the black-robed leader's figure flashed, turning into dozens of afterimages in an instant as he charged at Ling Xiao. Each of the afterimages exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Secret technique, multiple shadow strike. As the black-clothed leader launched his attack, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded by dozens of black silhouettes. There was no way for him to escape. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of panic. Instead, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. When he saw what had happened to Jin Tianying earlier, he had been filled with the desire to kill. Since this man wanted to keep them here, he might as well kill them all. Rumble. Dozens of afterimages slammed into Ling Xiao at the same time. However, to the black-clothed leader's shock, Ling Xiao wasn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, he was surrounded by a golden glow. As it turned out, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the Vajragod ape. Ling Xiao wouldn't even bother to transform into the unbounded heavenly rat if he were weaker than Dugu Shangjian. Furthermore, he was now many times stronger than he had been when he had fought Dugu Shangjian. Although his cultivation base hadn't increased, his fighting prowess had increased dramatically. What the hell? The black-clothed leader's face turned very unsightly. His attack just now had not been weak, and yet Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. That made things difficult for him. But since he had already attacked, how could he possibly stop now? Besides, his opponent was only a second division life-sizer. What did he have to fear? Enraged, he began to emit black smoke that filled the air. Be careful, it's poisonous, Ling Xiao warned, summoning his nine-snake general martial soul behind him. Of course, the nine-snake general martial soul was special when it came to dealing with toxic substances. One could see that wherever the black gas passed, even the hardest rocks would be completely corroded. It was no less effective than the great sage of poison's red venom. However, if that was all there was to it, it would not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. Consume. The nine-snake general martial spirit behind Ling Xiao's back suddenly enlarged. The nine snake heads opened their mouths at the same time and sucked the poisonous fog away. The black-clothed leader was so frightened that he began to tremble in fear. Not good. This kid is the bane of all poisons. Just like the great sage of poison, the black-clothed leader had a weakness for poisons. However, although his cultivation base was higher than the great sage of poisons, his skill with poisons was far inferior. After suffering a loss this time, he immediately lost his confidence and turned around to flee. You think you can escape? 5 Ghosts Mystic Art. In Ghost. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, his hand forming a secret seal. A cloud of ghostly aura appeared in the darkness. Sharp claws instantly dug into the black-clothed leader's back. Crack! No! The black-clothed leader was quite powerful, but unfortunately, he had met his bane in Ling Xiao. As he fled, the Yin ghost ambushed him and crushed his heart. His body trembled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. He couldn't be any more dead. Leader. The other 4 black-clothed men were in the middle of a killing spree when their leader was suddenly killed by the most inconspicuous Ling Xiao. Losing control of their emotions, they began to panic. Jin Tianying and the others didn't let go of this golden opportunity. They took advantage of the situation to attack. They killed all 4 black-clothed men. It's too late. Have your men retreat. Go. Although saving Jian Luoying had slowed down the awakening of the demonic dragon puppet, Ling Xiao could sense that it was still recovering. However, the general trend was already irresistible. Helpless, he could only shout at Jian Tianying. Young master, follow us. Jian Tianying knew the way out. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the 6 of them out of the demonic dragon puppet. At this moment, the demonic dragon puppet outside had already taken shape. Its huge body was dozens of meters tall. The demonic dragon's body was pitch black and covered in sharp barbed scales. It was obvious that it wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hurry! Jian Fulong looked at the demonic dragon puppet nervously. Just a little bit more, and the demonic dragon puppet would be fully formed. If Ling Xiao was still unable to escape at that moment, then it would really be over. Jian Fulong, don't look forward to it. The place where Jian Luoying was imprisoned has 4 sword saints and 1 sword god. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, it will take a lot of time. He won't be able to escape. Chapter 32-33. Who said I can't get out? Just as Lan Mame proudly announced that Ling Xiao had completely disappeared from this world, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. However, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape. Ling Xiao's group of 7 flew out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth at almost the same time. This is impossible. What did you do to them? Lan Mimi was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Killed them. Ling Xiao only said a simple sentence, then flew back to his own team with the other 6 people. Master, I'll leave senior sister Luo Ying in your care. Stay away. He let Jian Luoying out of the beast ring and handed her to Jian 18. Although the beast ring could hide people, the martial artist in the beast ring would be shaken as long as there was a battle. Back in the Ice Reverend's forbidden land, there was no other way. But now, he naturally had to create the best environment for Jian Luoying to rest. You really managed to save her. Jian Fulong was extremely shocked once again. It's all thanks to these people. Ling Xiao pointed at the 6 people behind him. Jin Tianying and the demon suppressor pay our respects to the demon lord. Because Jin Fulong's appearance had changed greatly, Jin Tianying took a long time to recognize him. He hurriedly knelt down and paid his respects. I didn't expect that after 200 years, you guys would still hold on to your posts. Jin Fulong sighed. Now isn't the time to talk. That demonic dragon puppet is about to take shape. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at the demonic dragon puppet. The terrifying demonic dragon had already taken shape. Roar! Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet let out a furious roar. The roar was like a shockwave that struck the ground. It wasn't just the spectators who suffered. Even the martial artists of the demonic dragon sword court were sent flying by the shockwave. In an instant, there were countless casualties. On Ling Xiao's side, he, Jin Fulong, the demon suppressor, and the other experts released their qi to form a powerful barrier that protected everyone behind them from the shockwave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sword 18 led Jin Luoying away from the fray. Once they were out of range of the demonic dragon golem's reach, they continued to observe the battle. Jin Fulong frowned and said, I didn't expect that after 200 years, this demonic dragon puppet would actually become so terrifying after being modified by Lan Mimi. He's as strong as a 5th division life-sizer. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. All of you, retreat. I'll hold her off alone. The demon suppressors pledged their lives to suppress the demonic dragon puppet. Jin Tianying and the others said in unison, now is not the time to act on impulse. Preserve your lives and increase your strength. If you don't leave, even I will be implicated. Jin Fulong roared. All right then. Jin Tianying and the others glanced at each other before turning around to search for the other demon suppressors. Falling Moon also flew towards Sword 18. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless. Jin Fulong looked at him but didn't say anything. He had seen how strong Ling Xiao was, and knew that he was stronger than him. Therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. Ling Xiao had his reasons for not leaving. He wasn't the type to flaunt his superiority, but he really wanted to see how strong this demonic dragon puppet was. If he got lucky, he might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Sect Uncle, Jin Tianying said, Lan Mimi is backed by the power of the myriad kingdoms. This demonic dragon puppet must have some special technology from that power. Let's not get too close. Ling Xiao said. No wonder, Jin Fulong said. So, Dragon Mother from the myriad kingdoms helped her. She's so strong that even Dugu Batian is like a child compared to her. Jin Fulong frowned. Ling Xiao, she said, today, you'll be the first victim of this demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi's voice rang out. At that moment, she had actually disappeared. Only the demonic dragon puppet remained in the distance. Are you an idiot? Didn't it kill so many people just now? Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene with his Taiji eye. Lan Mimi had entered the body of the demonic dragon puppet. She was controlling the demonic dragon puppet. If that was the case, the only way to kill Lan Mimi was to destroy the demonic dragon puppet. Otherwise, it was useless to do anything. Hee, you can say whatever you want. Today, you will definitely die. Lan Mimi's voice was filled with madness and brutality. The surviving warriors of the demonic dragon sword court were all sucked into the demonic dragon puppet for protection. Dugabatian also wanted to kill me, but you should have seen what happened to him. Ling Xiao stood against the wind. Even though his black hair was fluttering in the wind caused by the demonic dragon puppet's breath, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. Dugubatian? How can that trash Dugubatian be compared to my demonic dragon puppet? Lan Mimi was really arrogant now. Previously, she was like a grandson in front of Dugubatian. Now, even Dugubatian had become trash. It seemed that the demonic dragon puppet had given her an incomparable amount of confidence. In my opinion, this demonic dragon puppet of yours is merely made of scrap metal. How far can you go with this toy? Ling Xiao mocked. That's none of your business. In any case, you must die today. At this point, the huge demonic dragon puppet opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black flames. Demonic dragon breath? The black flame destroyed everything in front of it and crazily swept toward Ling Xiao and Jin Fulong. Demonic killing fist. At this moment, Jian Fulong let out an enraged bellow and blocked in front of Ling Xiao, sending a punch blasting out. The huge black fist forced the black flame back and sent it flying. Jian Fulong, are you trying to stop me? What does that Ling Xiao have to do with you? Lan Mimi's voice sounded again. A life-saving grace is more important than heaven and earth. Jian Fulong said coldly, today, no matter what, I won't let you hurt him at all. All right, since that's the case, I'll kill you too. After killing you, I'll go and destroy Dugabatian. This world will belong to me. Lan Mimi. Lan Mimi had gone completely crazy. With the demonic dragon puppet, she seemed to feel that she was invincible and had no scruples. As she spoke, the huge demonic dragon puppet suddenly flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. Every time its wings flapped, it would set off a terrifying gale. It was like a storm that even swept up the surrounding boulders. The martial artists who were watching the show had already retreated far away and were watching from afar. I'm afraid the Sword Dynasty is going to change. With this thing, even Dugabatian won't be a match for it. That's right. It's too powerful. How was this monster created? You'll have to ask those puppet masters in Shenji continent. They are known as divine craftsmen. Their abilities are so powerful that it's suffocating. Chapter 32-34. It shouldn't be a problem for Ling Xiao to leave alive. After all, the demonic dragon puppet might be strong, but it shouldn't be as fast as Ling Xiao. But it's impossible for him to win. The demonic dragon puppet is going to wipe out the Sword Dynasty. As everyone was discussing, the huge demonic dragon puppet had already flown above Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong's heads. An extremely terrifying aura was released from the steel body. It's so strong. Just standing here makes it hard to breathe. Is a fifth-tier life-sizer really that strong? Ling Xiao's face brimmed with an excited smile. Lunatic. When people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they couldn't help but think of this nickname. It was as if this guy wasn't afraid of anything. He was always so calm. Devil Beauty, are you really going to fight me? In the end, Jian Fulong was still thinking about their past relationship as husband and wife. He wasn't willing to kill Lan Meima. That's right. Since you want to protect Ling Xiao, I have to kill you. Devil Beauty's voice came from the demonic dragon puppet. There's no room for negotiation at all? There is. Unless you're willing to join forces with me to deal with Sword God Hall and kill Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Jian Fulong sighed. I can consider joining forces with you to deal with Sword God Hall, but killing Ling Xiao is out of the question. Then you can go to hell. Devil Beauty roared as she controlled the demonic dragon puppet to dive down. Before the puppet's terrifying body landed, the ground beneath it caved in. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind blew as the demonic dragon puppet swung its tail at Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight force with force. The puppet's attack power was too strong. It was at least 100 times stronger than the Dugu Sage Sword. If he did, even a king-class black tortoise divine body would be destroyed. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. In that instant, Ling Xiao rose straight up into the air. He didn't look like he was asking for a beating at all. He just flew up like that. Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix soars the 9 skies? Has the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor joined your side? He even taught you such a technique? Lan Mei's main target was still Ling Xiao. Sword-subduing dragon was only brought along in passing. Hence, it was relatively easy for Jian Fulong to dodge the attack. Boom! The demonic dragon puppet's tail smashed into the ground, creating a huge fissure that was over 10 meters long. The scene was extremely shocking. The attack is very powerful, but it's a pity that it can't hit the target, so it's useless. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said indifferently, "Don't run if you have the ability. You're like an annoying fly." Lan Meimo roared, "What a joke. If you can use the demonic dragon puppet to increase your combat strength, why can't I escape?" Ling Xiao mocked. His figure flickered in the air as he attempted to attack the demonic dragon puppet. The demonic dragon puppet's body was too big, so it was like a target for him to attack. However, none of the attacks were effective. Not only was the demonic dragon puppet incomparably tough, but it was also covered with a protective membrane that Ling Xiao couldn't pierce. At the same time, Jin Fulong also tried to attack it, but to no avail. In the face of such a terrifying entity, two peak 4th Division Life Seizers couldn't even break through its defenses. "Sect Uncle, you should leave," Ling Xiao suddenly said. "Why?" Jin Fulong asked, frowning. "Given your current strength, Sect Uncle, you can't possibly be a match for the demonic dragon puppet. But your true cultivation base is much stronger than it is now. Once you're back in the 5th Division, you'll be able to fight it," Ling Xiao explained. "But you..." Although Jin Fulong felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to escape now. "I'm fine. The demonic dragon puppet is strong, but it's just a puppet. It can't hurt me. Don't worry." In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Jin Fulong. But in terms of survivability, Ling Xiao could say that he was #1 in the Black Tortoise continent. "Fine. I'll back up. But if you get into trouble, I can't just stand by and watch." Finally agreeing, Jin Fulong turned and flew toward Sword 18th. "Where do you think you're going?" Lan Mei Devil wasn't going to let Jin Fulong leave. If he didn't want to work with her, he would become her enemy. And if he recovered his cultivation base, she would be in deep trouble. Suddenly, an enormous fireball appeared in the demonic dragon puppet's mouth. It was black, more than 10 meters wide, and looked like a miniature sun. Then, it shot out from the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, igniting the air around it and filling the air with a charred odor. "Your opponent is me," Ling Xiao said, transforming into his undying bird-beast soul form and taking the initiative to stand in the path of the fireball. Boom! A terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Ling Xiao was like an ant being pushed back by a huge fruit, continuously sliding backwards. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. The enormous black fireball had lost its temperature. On Ling Xiao's body, the flames burned even more fiercely. Cultivation C energy 100%. Ling Xiao was ecstatic. Finally, his energy had reached the peak. Next, he only needed a suitable opportunity to break through. Flames are ineffective? Seeing Ling Xiao safe and sound, Lan Mei Devil finally thought of something special about Ling Xiao. Flames were ineffective. Poison was ineffective. Since that was the case, she would use physical attacks. Lan Mei Devil didn't waste any more spiritual stones. She controlled the enormous demonic dragon puppet to pounce on Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Just as Lan Mei Devil had expected, Ling Xiao didn't dare to take the physical attack head-on. He could only try his best to avoid it. At the same time, he transformed into his King Kong ape beast soul form and released the rock devil protection. The opponent was too strong. If he was touched even slightly, he would be seriously injured. "You little fly, do you only know how to dodge?" In the control room, Lan Mei Devil threw a large number of spiritual stones into the energy furnace. The demonic dragon puppet's speed was getting faster and faster. Its huge body was gradually catching up to Ling Xiao. "Oh no, that demonic dragon puppet is getting faster and faster. Ling Xiao might be in danger." In the distance, Jin Fulong frowned and said, "Ling Xiao relies on speed. Once it catches up to him, with his strength, he won't be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves from the demonic dragon puppet." "Don't worry, that shouldn't be Ling Xiao's peak speed," Jin 18 said in a deep voice. "Big brother, keep watching. Ling Xiao will bring you a bigger surprise." "Ha ha ha. Go to hell, go to hell. In 200 years, I've collected countless spiritual stones. It's enough to keep the demonic dragon puppet active for more than 10 years. It's enough to kill you. Aren't you very fast? Why can't you do it now?" Lan Mei Devil's crazy laughter came out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, which made people frown. She was now more and more grateful for the decision she made. If she hadn't cooperated with Wangguo's dragon mother, she was afraid that this demonic dragon puppet wouldn't have such powerful power. Chapter 32-35. In the past, Lan Mei Devil had been a bit skeptical about spending so much time and effort on the Tao of puppetry, but now, she no longer doubted herself. He was too strong. She couldn't be more excited. If she had focused on cultivation, She wouldn't have been able to catch up to Dugu Beijian even if she had 200 years. But now, she could easily crush Dugu Beijian. This feeling was very pleasurable. Dugu Beijian was only in the 4th division of life seizing, but she could use the power of a 5th division life sizer. Just the thought of it was exciting. But despite her excitement, she was also worried. Of course, she was worried about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was terrifying, and he was definitely 100 times stronger than Dugu Beijian. If she allowed him to live, she would be in trouble. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. She would end his path of martial arts on this day. She wasn't afraid of wasting time. After all, she had accumulated a lot of spirit stones over the years to control the devil dragon puppet. She had enough spirit stones to power the puppet for over 10 years. In that time, she would be able to destroy all of the enemies in the Sword Dynasty. When she stood at the top of the Sword Dynasty, she would be able to obtain even more spirit stones to continue the devil dragon puppet's valiant fighting strength. Speed? Do you really think you can outrun me? Just as the devil dragon puppet was about to catch up, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up. His entire body was like a beam of light. He had already entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The cosmic tiger beast soul appeared behind him as he entered the cosmic body state. Combined with the evasive swordlight steps and the phoenix soars through 9 heavens, he was even faster than the devil dragon puppet. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Lan Mei Devil had assumed that she would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao after spending so many spirit stones to increase the puppet's speed. But who could have guessed that Ling Xiao could still increase his speed? It was simply bad luck. Of course, Ling Xiao was having a headache. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't hurt the puppet. All he could do was dodge. What was the point? It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Seeing that the demonic dragon puppet was unable to catch up to Ling Xiao, Lan Meima controlled the demonic dragon puppet to pounce towards Jian Fulong and the others. Let's see if you can save them. Lan Meima sneered in her heart. She couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, but could it be that she couldn't catch up to Jian Fulong, Jian 18, and Falling Moon? You've angered me. The expression in Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly changed, and an empty sky suddenly appeared behind him. Not only was his speed faster, but his strength had also soared in an instant. For a friend, for master, he did not hesitate to reveal his tyrannical martial spirit. Boom! Finally, Ling Xiao stood in front of the terrifying demonic dragon puppet. The Sky Demon Sword and Demonic Dragon Sword in his hands had been replaced by the Ice Revered Sword. At this moment, he no longer thought about anything else. He only wanted to destroy this demonic dragon puppet. Rumble. The Ice Revered Sword and the demonic dragon puppet clashed directly. Lan Meima was overjoyed. He thought to himself that his diversion tactic had succeeded. Although Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, compared to the demonic dragon puppet, the difference in attack power was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was dead for sure if he dared to meet force with force. However, what happened next shocked Lan Mimi to the core. In this collision, Ling Xiao was indeed forced to retreat more than 10 meters. However, the huge demonic dragon puppet was also beaten to the point that it fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The tremors caused Lan Mei to feel dizzy. This scene had already made Jian Fulong and the others dumbfounded. That guy is still getting stronger? Lan Meima was even more terrified. For a moment, she was so scared that she rolled and crawled on the ground. However, before the demonic dragon puppet could rise from the ground again, Ling Xiao had already launched another attack. The supreme ice sword in his hand condensed a terrifying slaughter sword essence. Behind him, a pitch-black universe appeared. This universe occupied the space between heaven and earth. Tyrannical 9 Dragons Poison Curse. 9 poisonous dragons came from the boundless universe, bringing with them an ancient aura as they pounced on the demonic dragon puppet. With the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet, it was impossible to dodge. This was because Lan Meima, who was in charge of controlling the demonic dragon puppet, had not recovered yet. The terrifying tyrannical poison dragons all hit the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet. Bang! 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 9 poisonous dragons in a row, each hit the same spot. The protective membrane on the demonic dragon puppet's body was torn apart by the seventh poisonous dragon. The remaining two poisonous dragons hit the steel body directly. Ka ka ka. The demonic dragon puppet's body made a strange rubbing sound, and cracks appeared on its steel-like body. Its huge body was once again sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground. However, even so, Ling Xiao's brows were still tightly knitted together. Even though he had used the tyrannical martial soul, he was still unable to deal a fatal blow to the demonic dragon puppet. Those cracks were actually healing at an accelerated rate. Buzz. Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet's eyes turned blood red. Lan Meima gave up on controlling it and went into automatic combat mode. The demonic dragon puppet had originally been designed with two modes in mind. It was easier to control with human power. Automatic combat mode was likely to cause it to go berserk, but it would allow the demonic dragon puppet to explode with power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon puppet was right in front of Ling Xiao, its huge tail swinging toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hastily used the revered ice sword to block. However, he was still sent flying. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He had sustained internal injuries, and his face was pale. However, the injuries weren't very serious. The moment he unleashed the tyrannical martial soul, he was already strong enough to fight a fifth-stage life-sizer. However, it would be difficult for him to win. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the demonic dragon puppet's body, which had been on the verge of healing, opened up again. The demonic dragon puppet, which had been going berserk, suddenly stopped moving. How could my sword wounds heal so easily? Ling Xiao stood there proudly, the revered ice sword in hand. He looked as mighty as a god of war. Just now, he had used the sword of Hex's strongest attack. Hex didn't just affect people. It affected puppets as well. Ling Xiao is so strong. I'm afraid he's already surpassed the Dugu Batian. Falling Moon looked at Jin Fulong. Maybe it's some sort of divine ability. I can't say for sure. However, it seems that he still can't take down the demonic dragon puppet. It's too strong. Its defense, recovery, speed, and strength are all top tier. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.